Hello, and welcome to Tomb of Annihilation, the dinner party. It's been a week, lost in the jungle, and now the party have reunited, back together, and to catch you guys up on what happened last week, we're gonna go to our friendly ranger, Koji, who's gonna give us a recap of last week. Go ahead.
Mid yesterday, after finally getting everyone down, getting ourselves away from the terror birds, we found ourselves wandering along the mountains till chased by raptors. We recounted the others: Nagiri, Willbert, Dart, and seems one of the pirates on the other ship, Fizzlefuse. Upon which, after finally managing to get away from some of the raptors, with some issue, we seem to encounter the native tribe, Paku tribe 2, native to this island. According to them, the island is Selu. They speak an offshoot of Chultan, and I couldn't recognize their language. But it was close. Close enough that me and the doctor, who seemed to have taken a course in Chultan, were able to communicate enough to ensure we meant no harm. Afterwards, they insisted on keeping us at arm's length for a while. At least for the day. Come nighttime, though, and unfortunately, those lizard folk, me, the doctor, Lionel, had stumbled upon, are in fact a visceral enemy of the tribe, killing at least 2 of their tribe members and stealing the captain's son. It's close to warning them about it, but that's on me. The next day, regifted as much as our gear as they were able to find, we headed out to get rid of this problem. Rather effectively, we seemed to make good efforts cleaning through their base in the mountains. Enough that we came face to face with their tribe master, or their chieftain, who seemed to have quite the range of powers. The last night was one of those nights again. It calls to me. I'm within his maze. I will find him again.
Brilliant. Well, yes, indeed. You were victorious over that damned lizard folk who seemed to have kidnapped that poor child in the night. And well, you were left sort of standing over the arena and the piles of bones before you, stacked up on one another here. They kept on referencing a god of their own. Mentioning that it was some sort of fight over death, perhaps itself, in that arena. And indeed, there was some sort of spiritual connection this chieftain had to this lizard folk god. Those who are interested, you can roll me, see if you know of that god, roll religion if you were interested in Semuanya.
Oh my god, my religion's awful.
That's fine. That's what everyone else's rolls are for. Yeah. Jesus, 16s, 18s. Okay. Nagiri, Koji, yes, you've definitely heard of this god. Samuanya is a lesser-known deity. Their titles are the Survivor, the Watcher. They were known as a lizardfolk god who, during times of strife and scarcity, sacrifices were often made to them. Hopefully, either to increase their own chances of survival, or perhaps to give them sort of future sight into events to come. They're more of an androgynous god, and the sacrifices would maybe be made to the masculine aspect, the Watcher or the Survivor, but they also had a feminine aspect known as the Breeder, who in times of peace and plenty were worshipped for, fertility, so that one could maybe bore clutches of eggs. And you do remember, speaking of survival and portents of bad omens, the shaman said before he was slain that they didn't make this sacrifice, that all of Selu would be destroyed, or there would be nothing left.
Pretty sure they referenced something in regards to cooking or something as part of it.
They did, yeah. You threatened to cook them and eat them, and they said we're all going to be cooked if you don't let us finish this ritual. I'll drag you back to the lizardfolk tunnels so you can start to make your decisions as to what to do next.
I believe between you and me, Agar, you had just handed me the crown as I said, if I can get the crown, you can have the body.
Yep. Sounds right. Trying to see if there's anything I can do to help get Ivan back up.
They're stabilized at the moment. But yes, Koji, you have healing.
Yes, I do. My spell slots I forget about. Technically a caster.
Okay. What are you casting?
Cure wounds.
Good choice. Good roll too. That's basically full health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dang, okay. There's how does your healing actually look, Koji? What does your magic manifest as?
From another pouch, one of Koji's many pouches at his side, he pulls out a sort of leafy, fibrous paste, applies it at the wounds while hushably saying things. It's not loud enough for even people right next to him to really understand or hear. It sounds incoherent.
Willbert sees this happen, and you can see a look of frustration on his face as he stands up and walks away. With a sort of half smile.
Little bird, do we believe you would want to check out the body of the chief before anything else happens to it?
Yes, Ivan will sit up, replacing his glasses at the end of his beak as he takes off his mask. Yes. He seemed quite interested in me, which perked my own interest in response. He seemed to be drawn to my work compared to the others.
Once you are done with it, I shall skewer him and take him back for my own purposes.
There's one that remains alive upstairs. One of you should either capture him or end him.
Yeah, paralyzed, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
There is also my fallen men, and Chief Kargoth will head back up. He was kind of met with his son, who kind of rushes around the corner, and they sort of jump into their father's arms. There are tears shed, and Kargoth's like, "You are safe now, Saul." And Zol's like, "We thought you would nearly die in that fight against that lizard folk." Yes, it was foolish of me to run in so carelessly. Called upon his own gods. But we are safe now. The threat is over. They will retrieve their fallen warrior and bring them back down. But you guys are free to go and retrieve that body if you want. The lizard folk.
Ivan will lean down next to the chief. And I did want to ask, because you had mentioned this at the very end of the last session, was there any thing or any, like, memories that came to mind when I fell unconscious?
You're asking me, sorry?
Yes, you had mentioned, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a forgotten thing, because you've occasionally mentioned something at the end of a session and then forgotten the next session, so I'm prompting
so
because...
I had thought about it. And it is when you wake up out of this consciousness, you begin to kind of... There's a muddled bunch of thoughts. Ivan, why you're here, what you're doing, all of it, the whole kind of reason for being has yet to be actually explained as such. It's something that's been a question at the back of your mind. In fact, you're trying to trace back just how far back you can't quite remember. It's been a lot of chaos up to this point, what with the shipwreck, this being like on the run from dinosaurs, being literally airlifted and dropped into a bunch of pteranodons, and you've hardly had a moment to breathe, let alone kind of see to your tinctures and mutagens. Part of your mind is kind of casting back to where it all started. And if you would like, we can take a moment to go back in time. Flash back to when this all kind of came together.
We very much can.
Ivan,
as I
you
settle
remember...
down and begin to work, to cut, it's almost meditative to do my work. I'm more aware of who I am, what I am, where I am. So I imagine that is what would center me in a moment of disparate thoughts.
As you're dissecting this body, then you kind of almost have a similar experience way back in Blakely Castle. There's this flashback, but also graphic match to what was on your table, perhaps, at the time, and what you were dissecting. Perhaps it was some sort of scaled folk that you were investigating. And as you were peeling away scales and pulling apart bone, it was then that you received a visitor at your door. A guard had a letter for you, if I recall.
Yes. I would quickly throw a sheet over the body I'm working on. Would rather not answer questions right now.
In fact, it's the same guard that kind of introduced you to your new job at the time, mentioning that you were in for a lot of work here in Blakely Castle, and if you perhaps open the door to them, they go to say hello, but they're immediately choked out by the stench of death. Oh God! Yeah, I can see you've been working hard, haven't you?
I always
Still no end to those. Yeah, no end to the bodies here in Blakely.
Considering how many soldiers are still here from the occasional road attack, I think that somehow there's more coroners than I working in this town.
Well, maybe this is a change of pace. Here's a letter for you, and I didn't say who they were or who they worked for, but it was addressed to you, so here you go. Maybe it's a new business venture or something.
Who would want the business of a coroner?
I dare not ask.
Ivan would reach over, using a claw to break, I presume, a seal. Is there a seal on this
Yes.
letter?
There is a wax seal, indeed, which not only tells you that this guard has not opened it and been prying, but it also tells you a very small clue as to who it is. And it is signed with an S that is much more elaborate than a traditional S. It's got the sort of magic runes surrounding it, sort of like a magic circle around this S. Very much Arcane Academy type seal. But with an S, it could be any number of people. But you have a feeling you know who it is. And as you open up...
Yes, I pull my
go
glasses
ahead.
up and I open the letter.
Imagine you've got a scalpel instead of a letter opener. You just probably slice that open with that. Surgically remove the letter, and inside is a short and brief invitation of sorts. The letter doesn't actually have a name signed, but judging by the formalness of the letter, you can tell this is someone of high education and of great importance, as they sort of state that it is with my utmost reluctancy that I reach out to you, Dr. Ivan Cortaxis. Your unique position offers you an opportunity. I'm requesting your presence in the city of Weep for a venture into the jungles of Chult. This will be a expedition. You are to acquire several crewmates and or expeditionary members for this. And I will meet you at the Guild Consortium's 10th District office. And they set a date and a time as well. And they say, lastly, upon completion of this expedition, your name may well be... What's the word?
Tolerated?
Reinstated? Honorated,
Ooh.
yeah, that's the word. Honorated, and your position reinstated. And those words alone sort of jump out at you. The rest of the letter is kind of like, okay, they want me to do something. They want me to be here at this time in this place. But then those last sentence, that seems to carry a great deal of weight. And, whoever is promising this must be in a tremendous position of power. But they, for some whatever reason, refuse to sign it.
I imagine Ivan would immediately turn towards his work, looking at this guard over the shoulder as he just says calmly, "If this is what I think it is, I may not be in Blakely much longer. You may need to find a replacement in the meantime."
Oh, you leaving shop, or what about the bodies? I'm just not going to leave them here rotting, am I?
I can take care of them.
Okay, good. Because it's not like we have a graveyard here in Blakely Castle, as you know.
Is that all? Or did you have something you wanted of me?
No, other than... Well... The prince's body hasn't ended up anywhere around here, has it?
Not that I've seen. Though
It's a grim question, I know.
I will take a look out for any John Does.
We suspected they might have left in disguise, you see. And any spells probably wear off upon death, right?
Must do.
Yeah. Mostly. I'll just be extra vigilant. Double check everyone.
Of course.
The prince is still missing, And well, I think everyone wants to know where they are. Not just family, but the military forces here as well. No guesses as to what. Anyway, let us know if anything comes up. Otherwise, that'll be all. And kind of gives you a nod. And heads on out.
Yes,
you probably hear him mutter under his breath. Probably something like, I don't know. I won't be missing the creepy vulture man, that's for sure.
Ivan, after hearing the steps walk away from the door, relatches it and then moves back to the body and just sort of calmly like peels it off and says, just almost speaking to the corpse and says, "Luckily, it seems I'm done with you." And sort of tossing a few pieces of like jewelry that are like were removed before the process, he wraps the body and moves it to a side section. And then he pulls a lever, and just a sluice of water goes in this
Wrong liver.
This sluice of water washes this corpse out into the treacherous waters near Blakely, along with all the regalia of a member of royalty.
I see. And is that a feeding frenzy down there? Do we hear like the splashes of something down there?
Most
Is it
likely,
piranhas? Sharks? Oh god,
Rot
that's
crabs.
rough. The water just... Oh wow. The water just churns red as it thrashes around. Yeah. Wow, brilliant. Okay. We fast forward then to Weep. At this point, you've gathered a few members of your team, I'm assuming. You sent out letters of your own, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
And who did Ivan send letters to, specifically? Was it...
It would have
I'm guessing
been
Agar?
Agar, Nagiri. Nagiri would have been one of the first notified, probably to get to Weep in the first place.
Yeah.
But, and then Willbert would have received his letter soon as well.
Sometime after, yeah. Which happened to coincide with his little venture.
Yeah.
Maybe you caught wind of that?
Probably would
Cool.
have noticed him or recognized him. And then
It is easier to get a hold of Willbert than it is to get a letter through to a high paladin.
Indeed. In fact, Agar might be the most difficult one, since they would be still associated with the Arcanum Academy, but not only that, God knows where they would be at that time.
Yep.
Where would Agar be after, like, if they're not in the Arcanum Academy, where would Agar be?
I mean, they would probably be out on a research sort of venture, taking them probably to the far northern areas, probably north of Weep, sort of.
Neffany, then.
Yeah, that sort of area.
Interesting. Why specifically there?
Um,
Why northern?
I think just remind myself of the map of Mitra. I've got a copy somewhere. I mean, if I remember incorrectly, Neffany was the place rumored with like all of the undead, right?
That's right.
Well, it's a damp area with lots of growth potential and plenty of food.
Okay, sure. Interesting.
Fresh.
Alright.
Yep, food that
Bizarre.
has been properly aged.
Gotcha. But that's bizarre, but also it's probably a good thing. Someone is at least clearing up all these dead bodies, because, yeah, they're piling up by the number. People are going missing. There's reports of, like, ghouls and ghasts in the night. And not just those inflicted by a curse, but some say there are those that are stitched together, charged and brought to life by the power of lightning. And, yeah. It's you versus them, effectively, in a race to get the bodies at this point.
Yep. And spread. Yeah, timing-wise, considering I'd be there before Weep, spreading my spores here and there.
And quick question, Ivan, would you go there yourself, or would you go and
If
deliver?
it
Like,
was,
would you get a letter?
I think with Agar, retrieving him myself would make the most sense.
Brilliant.
The letter
okay.
can get to Willbert, but I imagine like Ivan in his plague doctor's uniform would not be bothered too much along the roads. Nagiri is taking care of the ships and getting everything prepared, and I don't need an assistant to deliver a message.
Of course. And Weep is very close to Nephany, so it's only a short trip up from there. Okay, so I'm going to set the scene then. Agar, it is your own little hovel in Nephany. There is a lot of abandoned buildings, and easily you can take up residence in one of them. And perhaps you've got your own little research room in the bottom of a cellar where it's a nice damp environment. You've set up like jars of different specimens, and got a work table with all this kind of botany. And it's a stormy, rainy day. There's word that there's a curfew in Nephany right now. Everyone's to stay indoors after a certain hour. When sun goes down, everyone locks the doors, double bolt as many latches and beams you can put to barricade your doors. Even the windows have been barricaded at this point for fear of a zombie just crawling in through the broken glass. And so you can sort of see the occasional flashes of light peeking through the wooden boards. And then there's that distant kind of rumble that seems to mask the approach of sudden footsteps against the cobblestones. And then, just as you're anticipating another lightning or another blast of thunder, there is instead this loud and firm knock against the door.
Unusual. I suppose I should check that out. Agar would head up to the door and probably open like one of those like little latches, like you'd almost get like a prison cell to look outside.
Yeah, absolutely. When you do, what do they see, Ivan?
I believe that approaching the door, Ivan would be beginning to like unstrap the heavy collar around the rubber of his mask. You could see the almost orange stained feathers behind, as a familiar face, perhaps far more world weary than Agar has ever seen them. An intensity to them as well that wasn't there before. A familiar little bird.
Unusual, but quick, come in. He will quickly unlatch the door and invite them in. I was not expecting company, and I definitely wasn't expecting yourself, little bird. It has been a while.
I do apologize, as coming here puts your own certification in some danger, but I am in need of people I can trust. And you're one of the few.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, Ivan, little bird. Make yourself comfortable, try to dry off. It's somewhat damp in here, but that is the way I prefer it. As Agar will be locking the door. It is fortunate none of the guards and such spotted you. Otherwise, you could have been arrested for violating curfew, even as a visitor.
I dare most of them to put their hands on me. They would likely find themselves getting quite ill.
Yes, that They have tried to stop us on occasion when we have been out on our explorations, but I am bigger than most of them, and I do a job that works effectively, that I can be somewhat ignored. But tell me more of what brings you here. You need trustworthy people?
I have been offered an opportunity by a benefactor from the Academy. And as I said, I have very few people I can trust these days. I presume you were not notified what had happened, with your work being so distant.
I heard rumors that you had left, but not under the circumstances.
They're
You
short-sighted.
noticed So I was going to say, you noticed that Agar seems to have picked up the Nephany twang after staying here for a while.
Yes, the accent appears to be a bit all over the place.
That's fine. You've got an excuse for why.
Yep.
Many
But
thoughts.
in short, I was abandoned by the Academy when perhaps they needed me more than they knew, though, it would seem, as they're needing me now.
I have always thought that the Academy, whilst it excelled in intelligence, it lacked much in wisdom.
I think they lack more than that. I think they lack foresight. But that is what I need you for, is I need someone who hasn't betrayed me.
Well, little bird, I have not found what I'm looking for here, so I can spare the time and travel with you. It'll be good to travel in company again. It has been not lonely. That would suggest that I've been alone. It has been quiet.
Well, then perhaps I can excite you. We're going to a place of a great deal of fungi and plants you may never have seen. A jungle by the name of Choke.
It might be that there I will find what I am looking for. Which would be, yes, definitely a journey we would wish to take. But I just realized I have been quite inhospitable.
Definitely.
Agar will rise up and walk over to a large pot that is constantly on the boil and pour out a meat stew and offer Ivan a bowl.
Ivan takes it, and there's this tension that Ivan has. It doesn't quite uncoil, like it doesn't quite go away, but it relaxes slightly as he smells this pot. And there's almost a softness to it as Ivan begins to eat, a comfort.
It will be nice to have someone who appreciates some of what others might call eccentric cookery.
God. What have you brewed up in there, I wonder? Oh, God.
I'm imagining as
You know the
Ivan.
phrase is who, not what.
I'm imagining as Ivan is eating, just briefly, like an eyeball floats to the top.
Doesn't even
Like
phase Ivan
steam.
for a moment. Doesn't even phase
Like
Ivan
this-
for a second.
It's like the
Briefly.
scene in Temple of Doom. She asks for the soup
It's-
and it's just, oh, there's eyeball.
The monkey brains. Yeah.
It's an old family recipe, and that's part of the old family. Not my family, but someone's.
Fantastic.
It's
All
an old
right.
recipe. It doesn't work when they're younger. It doesn't.
Oh.
No.
What? Need matured. Need to be a matured part of the family.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You
it's just getting
you have to fatten up the young ones too much.
The cataracts
right.
adds flavor.
Oh god. So with that, you kind of finish up your meal. Imagine, gently dabbing your face with a napkin, and it seems you have an accord, and you'll be heading off soon, I'm sure. Do you stay the night, or do you go right back to business, Ivan, and head out into the street at the night, in the dead of night?
I think if Agar had insisted that I do so, I would stay the night with Agar.
Okay.
Just to prevent any incidents, particularly as it's a storm, it would probably be safer to return, and then I can make breakfast.
God. All right.
I believe
You?
I believe some of the thigh should have properly marinated by now.
If you have any
Good
flesh
hell.
you need cut, you know how skilled I am with a knife.
Of course.
It's during the night. There are all sorts of screams from outside. You hear the whinnying of horses as though they've been cut loose from their reins, and you hear the clatter of what sounds like a wagon coming to a halt. Sounds like a wheel kind of spinning on its side before it finally comes to rest. And as you peek out, perhaps from the window, from where you're sitting, trying to see what on earth is going on out there, you just see the slow, writhing mists coalescing around the market's fountain, and they form into these ghostly shapes that seems to have spooked the riders and the horse into just crashing this wagon. There's no sign of what's happened to the people. It's just this lantern swinging in the storm, with its candle fighting against the dark.
This place seems to be plagued by that which death claims, Agar.
That it certainly is. Everything that dies here seems to get back up.
If only what I was looking for was quite such an easy answer.
There is possibly the oddest sort is there are those that are stitched together, charged by lightning, that doesn't quite seem a natural occurrence like the others. But
Lightning. Why would you resort to such primitive techniques to
It
resurrect
is-
a corpse?
It's unusual. But I'd be writing down that like the lightning charged ones tend to be the more dangerous ones, right, Chris?
Massively so, yes. They're known as scabs.
Yes, the curfews are perhaps a bit more lax when it's not as stormy, but if it's stormy, then it's wise to stay inside.
That I agree with. Though if we get an opportunity, I would love to observe one of these. See if it has any opportunity to compare to my work.
I will keep an eye open.
Right. With that, there's one final clash of lightning. It seems to reflect in Ivan's glasses as they're staring out into the moonlit night. And yeah, maybe you do get a chance to, on the way out, as you're traversing, meet one of these scabs as you're traversing the treacherous cliff faces of Nephany on the way back to Weep. And hey, you've even got a spare wagon here. You can maybe fix up and use to transport your goods back if Agar has any. But otherwise, yeah, we'll flash forward again back to the swimming city, where Nagiri, you're basically being kind of given the rundown of what's going on. I think we've sort of touched base a little bit on this before already, with them sort of wanting to explain more by the time you get there. But I'd imagine they still are kind of broaching you about the situation. Maybe Ivan, you're here as well at this point. You've just done your return trip with Agar, and you've already spoke to Nagiri once about getting them on board. But
So-
Agar, Ivan, and Nagiri, yeah, you basically are at portside organizing your wares, and the captain is probably asking you the question first. Hold on, Lord. You got more stuff you want to put on the ship? We just got finished loading up your crates.
You have multiple researchers on board, Captain. And you'll be part of an expedition vessel. It's going to be quite different than transporting cargo.
Yes, well, we're no strangers to transporting fragile goods, but starting to question the actual point of this expedition.
That has yet to be revealed. Our benefactor, I believe, is meeting us in the guild hall later today.
Well, they better be paying a handsome sum, because this is quite the expedition. Ships traveling that far down south, well, they can run into all kinds of issues on the high seas.
Hey,
What
but
do you
isn't Joe also one of those treasure troves of mysterious herbs that have yet to be identified?
Which are? What mystery?
So-
What?
Just herbs in general. Even if this expedition fails, if we can bring back some herbs, maybe they can bring a fortune to cover the costs.
Possibly. We can certainly pick up some trade in Port Nine Zara. Make the return journey just as profitable.
And,
See?
as rude as it is, Captain, need I remind you exactly why Nagiri is working as my assistant on this voyage?
I understand.
That's
No,
not a
I don't.
circumstances.
I don't like
I'm not
my
complaining.
crew being in debt to anyone. So this right here, If Nagiri does this job, then that's it. You're square, right?
All jobs from here on out, I would be paying you handsomely for, Captain. I'd hopefully have academy money behind my name once more. Much easier jobs than going through the back.
Hopefully, you say. Well, ships don't run on hope. This is a promise you make. And you can clearly see that he's quite clearly protective over Nagiri's welfare and future ventures.
I swear it. If we are successful, I will ensure that you and your crew are successful. I swear it upon my father's name, my name.
He turns to you, Nagiri. And is that a trustworthy name? Oh.
I don't know his father's name, but I think it's for the best.
Oh.
It's only one more job. And we can all benefit from this job.
All right. If you say so, then let's load up the rest of this stuff.
Captain,
Anywhere we want to place this in particular?
Agar, where on the ship would you like your gear?
Probably on the lowest deck where it's most likely to remain moist.
Well, yeah, sure, we're going to hold some ballast, but if we've got a moisture problem, it probably means we have a leak. Oh,
Or perhaps
serious.
cold might be. I imagine it would be cooler down there as well.
Colder, yes, certainly. All right. I'll leave that in your hands, Nagiri.
On it! Though I might be
Okay.
perfect for this.
Yeah. What did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Karvik, I need Karvik for this.
Oh,
This is
comic
heavy
for
shit.
yeah, possibly. Possibly. All right. Yeah, he probably by the dock nearby, finishing a mug of ale. Yes, he's drinking on the job. Why not? No one can tell him otherwise.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
you can get away with
Then
it.
Oh,
it's
Captain, as well.
mm,
This is Agar. He shall be providing food services on the ship.
okay. Agar. Pleasure to meet you. You're gonna be one of the more standout crew, I can tell.
I
But once
will certainly do my best.
you get to Port Lions-Zara, though, you'll fit right in.
I tend to stand out no matter where I am.
Hmm.
It's the hat.
Well, good to have a chef aboard. In fact,
I can say with confidence he is one of the best that I have ever had under my employ.
it's quite novel, in fact. A lizard folk chef. And right now, as he's sort of saying that, there's probably another ship nearby. It's overhearing the conversation, and Captain Monty Ponce stroking his beard, thinking, that is actually a good idea.
A young Captain Montipod. He's
Sort of, yeah. I guess. All right. Goodness, back in. Speaking of Port Nine Zara, way back across the seas. Koji, you've been trying to get your job in order. You've been trying to get like, what do we say?
Finding
You've been
loose
trying to-
work.
Yeah, loose work here and there. Like some of it's pretty shit, and I mean that in the literal sense. Like cleaning up dinosaur poop on the streets is not your exact idea of being a guide, an expeditionary, guide with good pay. But
There
Port
are
Nines
some
are-
small jobs. Leading
Mhm.
people just inches, essentially feet, into the jungle in comparison to how big Chult is.
absolutely, yeah, short little stints into the jungle, but it's not often people have the courage to continue going back out there once they realize just how undead ridden it has become. It is a dangerous place. They have got to have a bloody good reason to want to go out into the jungle. And the other thing you weren't expecting was competition. In Port Nine Zara alone, there are another dozen more seasoned guides than perhaps yourself, or you could say specialized in certain locations. The names Azaka and Iku keep rising, and you keep hearing them on people's lips whenever someone even remotely asks about the idea of an expedition. It's always, well, make sure to go find Azaka. She'll get you to Firefinger and back in one piece. Or, heading into the jungle, eh? You'll want Iku by your side. She has a way about her with the jungle. And perhaps there is just a small bit of, I guess not. I don't think you're jealous. Maybe you may look up to them, perhaps.
A mixture of bothered and feeling like they're sellouts. Most of the people who
Sellout.
go to the jungle are less expeditionary, and it's more. It's like taking a wealthy golfer man from the US to go hunting in the plains to go like poach rhinos.
Right. Gotcha. Fair enough.
Very few
Yeah.
people
there's-
come to Chult for the history. They come there for the things to kill that no one's seen.
The
Trophies.
thrill seekers, yeah. Trophy hunters, thrill seekers, for sure.
Rich
Yes.
traders who see this land as nothing more than something to get an emblem of I'm better. I
Absolutely.
had 15 people make sure I didn't die when I went into the jungle. I'll ignore that fact when I tell people later, though.
Yeah. And the fact they did all the work and they just did the kill shot practically. Well, yeah, absolutely. But this competition is fierce, and there's perhaps word that there might be better luck in bringing outsiders here, in fact. And there is a call that goes out there's rumors of a rather large expedition planning to make their move here. And the person who gives you this is none other than Wakanga. Wakanga is a merchant prince, so getting a
He could
sort
give
of
it to my dad.
invitation. I think so. Yeah, you're right. That might be a good. That might be a good
My father's
transition.
a well-known trader who works under the big company from my grandmother.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Then in that case, it's your father who comes to you and mentions that he goes, your father, is it Jack?
Jack. Yep.
Yeah, so Jack comes over to you and says, my son, I know it's been tough. You have tried your best, and it's small starts like this in Port Nine Zara that everyone has to go through. They're the trials of carving out your own path, carving out your own name.
carving out my own name in this. Do you know that I don't consider you or Grandma on your side like the. I don't know where this is, but I feel it's just outside their house. So he just sort of gestures a wide arm towards the outwards of the port.
Mm-hmm.
Traitors, you know how I feel about it. Koji has to sort of at ends meet with him because he feels they pillaged his homeland for nothing.
It is the same opinion that you have as your grandmother, I know.
At least your and Grandma's company does at least better. But it's like those two others. They just use that. There's no honor in what they do. There's a large paycheck, but congrats. You led some elven man from Baldur's Gate to kill a single raptor. Congrats.
Well, it is the time to put those trials and worries aside, for I have for you a big opportunity. Wakanga Otamu is himself requesting guides, but they have to sail out to Weep and then return. It's quite the journey. But you...
Oh, sorry.
It's going to be paying well, and if it's from a merchant prince, this is how you get your name out there.
It's a way to get my name out there without it associating it to something that might get me face down in the gutter. He's referring to his map.
Well, the gutters in Port Nines are at least very clean. One of the most hygienic cities out there. At least from the ones I've been in.
I imagine.
Certainly much cleaner than Weep, which is coincidentally where you'll be heading. So you better get used to the smell of fish.
What? I love fish.
Not the rotting kind.
Oh.
No.
I've encountered worse in the jungles, Dad. Trust me. Remember when I was like 12, excitedly dragged home a dead arm?
Yes. Though, it's a miracle you didn't get any diseases. Now,
I will be able
Wakanga...
Oops.
Oh, go ahead.
I assume though this will only have me out of Chult for a while. Go to Weep and be a part of a ship sail back.
Indeed. That's it. Get the expedition here, and no doubt they will hire you for the long haul.
Does this mean they'll be going further?
It does. Far further than any have done before. According to Wakanga, he says that this expedition plans to go far deeper than any before it. I'm not sure exactly why they need to go that far, but they said they need someone who's lived out that far, someone who can map the jungle out. I have a feeling they're searching for something.
I've been to, well, at least most of the major ecosystems I can here in Chult. One of those cheap ones can't say they've been to the Alley of Ash and Fire. Even though I was there briefly, it was too hot. But
Pray your search does not go beyond that border.
yes,
That is the realm of the UNT.
I swear. Maybe this expedition is a chance. I could see it as something greater than pay. More chance to go out there. also doubles as me making sure they don't accidentally disturb something they shouldn't.
Well, as worrisome as that is, I do trust Wakanga. He's a long-time friend of mine. He wouldn't just send you out on some sort of suicide mission.
Anything until it's never going to be a suicide mission for me.
Alright, well, I've already met with Wakanga and he is ready to meet this expedition once you get back, okay? He's in the merchant's ward, and I've told you his... I'll give you his address here, and he kind of hands you a small slip of paper as well. Little tattered notebook as well. It's got a bunch of other details on there about who Wakanga is, and also there is perhaps just a small little token as well. And he says, you're to give this to Wakanga when you see him. I don't know what the significance is, but he mentioned this was so that he knows it's you and you're the right man for the job. So, and what he hands you is a small little token that looks like a little triceratops on a coin. And yeah, can't find the handout for this. Damn. But nonetheless, that's what he gives you. And he says he'll be waiting for your return.
Well,
Boat's
ready today?
Well, yeah. I was planning on taking you there myself, actually. I won't be on the return journey, but if I go there, at least I can meet this benefactor Wakanga mentioned and ascertain for myself if this is really the right type of venture to be sending you on. Because I'd feel terribly responsible if something ever happened to you out there, Koji.
I know that. But I've got far too much hunter's blood in me to let something so small take me out.
Alright then. Respect that confidence. Just don't get lost.
Never lost one MO.
Alright. With that, yeah, we sort of flash forward onto the open ocean, sailing across all the way from Chult. Your father does do a few stops along the way into Thumbridge, as well as the island of Enial Athal. Seems like they had to drop off some incense there for some reason. And then finally making it to Weep, where you disembark, and both you and your father are told to meet at a certain guild consortium 10th district meeting building. And it is right there when you also probably bump into the rest of your crew. And I know, Willbert, we already sort of did this flashback for you where you gathered the note from Ivan. Agar had invited you along. So we'll say we finally meet up in that room. There is a... Oh boy, how do I describe this room? In the guild consortium, they have
4 walls?
this sort of
Never mind. Terrible joke.
4 walls. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Get out. Get out of my office. No, the guild consortium, they have a monopoly on basically all trade. And so this building is sort of lavish in comparison to the other sort of salty-looking run-down shacks that most of the Weep kind of consists of. That said, it seems a little bit more secluded as well. It doesn't have the hustle and bustle as. In fact, there is only a few guards posted outside and not much else. And you kind of ask, as you're kind of like asking for the meeting, the slot, the allocated time, they seem to just nod and silently kind of lead you all in. And as you're walking up perhaps the hallway, anything you guys want to discuss as you finally see everyone, each other face to face? Like you see Ivan's probably already in the interior of the building, perhaps in a waiting room with Agar and Willbert and Koji. You're kind of met face to face with this doctor, always carrying his equipment by his side. You see the lizard folk chef and Nagiri, the sailor, as well as I would say his captain is also here as well. It might even be the case that his captain knows Jack as well.
Probably.
Hmm.
So are we close together, or are we just like walking towards each other? And this is our 1st time seeing each other?
Yep, you're just meeting each other for the first time as you walk into the interior of this lavish marble building, and there's this large open waiting room, effectively, where the guards have they're about to kind of gather you up and lead you on to the room, but you've all just immediately just met each other for the first time.
Oh, we have
Except for some of you. Yes, Willbert, you recognize
Bird and Orc,
Half orc.
half Orc. You're in. Looks very uncommon. I got given a quest. Are we going to be a party?
I've sent a
We're gonna have
letter
a
to
party on the ship.
retrieve you. I've sent a letter to retrieve you, Willbert. I'm in need of your services.
This sounds like the start of a party. I am so ready for this.
No, we are an expedition. I am not the benefactor. I am just, I have been tasked with gathering those I see as capable or required.
I'd lean over to one of them, whichever's the closest. I'm just like, expedition sounds like a fancy word for a party.
No. The expedition is the journey, but on the journey, we're gonna have a party.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 13th time's the charm, right?
I should
Normally
introduce
it's,
myself.
It
I am
happens on 3,
Doctor.
but sure.
I am Dr. Ivan Cortexus. I will need to have a initial exam with all of you to make sure that my reagents will not cause allergic reactions or otherwise negatively affect you.
You say?
What? And Captain Drogath is like, what?
If I am to keep you healthy and safe, I must ensure that my concoctions will not cause you harm.
Don't worry, it's nothing too invasive.
That sounds real sciencey. Sciencey?
Concoctions? You're not feeding me damn well anything, unless I say so. If you're going to be aboard my ship.
I am a doctor. What I'm suggesting is things that would heal you, not things that would change.
Mm.
Oh.
Give me a persuasion check.
So
Can I assist in that persuasion? Because I know what's
Oh,
happening.
Sure. He'll trust you, Nagiri. So yeah.
Yeah, it's
Dad.
fine. It's fine. I've been through this. He's a good doctor, and apparently some medicine doesn't work for everyone. You just want to make sure that the medicine doesn't hurt you more than you being unconscious because either alcohol poisoning or bullet poisoning.
Dad, you're making me look bad for my friends. Just eat the weird goop from the Birdman.
I'm not touching that. Ugh. Well, what did you roll on persuasion?
I have not rolled. I was waiting. I would not have the exhaustion, so. Eesh.
It's safe to say I think Captain Drogoth is against. Drogoth is against having a medical. But Nagiri, he says, whatever you decide to put in your own body, that's up to you. But leave me out of it. I've sailed the seas all my life. Never needed a vaccine or a shot. I can tell you.
Oh no. Nagiri's
Does-
dad's anti-vax.
mean-
Says the man with an infected tooth.
What? What do you mean, my tooth?
Why do you think
Are you
you're
kinda like
talking
starts to
like
like-
that? You have an infection
just-
in your upper lip from the tooth.
Oh, shit. Wait, medicine check.
Wow.
Oh, God. Oh, I thought it was just his tusks. So without the -2, that's an 18, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn it, he's right. Fuck. It was a bit swollen, but... Well, the sea salt has been purifying,
All salt will do is dry it out and reduce the amount of bacteria. You need to have the rancid tooth pieces removed. You need dental.
Jack said... Jack says, come on, Vayner. Don't be a stubborn old orc. Just let him help you.
Mm.
And Vaynar's like, what? You can talk, Jack. How's that receding hairline going, huh? Got any ointments or snake oils for that?
Hey!
Hey, my dad doesn't have a receding airline because of that. It's because he's part scaled.
Oh, I'll try it. If
Willbert,
you're
I
a
don't
doc-
think you of all people will have a receding hairline anytime soon.
no,
Wait.
I mean, I'll try the reagent thing concoction. I don't mind if you're a doctor.
We
I
can
mean, I
do
knew
the
a doctor
exams
once.
after we meet our benefactor. Stop taking off your pants, Willbert.
I'm,
Oh, God.
is that just wishful thinking? I'm not doing any such thing.
I will say both Vaynar and Jack seem to have a good chuckle seeing how both Nagiri and Koji come to each other's defense. And they sort of laugh it off, and then they look at each other and they're like, good to see you, Jack. Good to see you too, Vaynar. It's been a long time. Still trading? Yes. Trading has turned to expeditionary captain, apparently. As well, going up in the world, I see. But these two seem to actually be good friends after all, and then not just openly insulting each other. More of a light
Can't
jabs.
believe that Nagiri and Koji have been revealed to be like vaguely cousins, but not like blood cousins, but like their parents are friends, so they're kind of cousins.
All
What-
captains
Nagiri,
know each other
what-
around here.
Nagiri, I must ask you, out of character, what would your dad have told my dad and told me? Through the grapevine I've heard
What?
about you.
Nagiri is a skilled sailor.
What's the random
Effect.
bullshit your father would tell my dad about?
What's your baby photos?
What's the dumb thing you did when you were 12 he won't let go?
Oh, he won't. He won't tell you. What
My dad
stays on
told your
ship?
dad.
What stays on ship stays on ship. What happened on the ship stays on the ship.
My dad has told your father that one time I dragged half a dead body out of the woods. Happily.
Oh, wow. All right.
In which case, Vayner will say, as they finally meet you, Koji, and they'll say, so this is the ruthless jungle monster I keep hearing about.
Oh, I've heard plenty from you about Vayner from my dad. It's a pleasure. I reach out hand to shake hand.
He gives you a good, firm handshake. You see his muscular arm is tattooed from wrist to shoulder. And he probably feels the same sort of strong grip from yourself and says, I hear you're supposed to be the guide on this expedition, eh? Or, native of sorts.
No better guide you could have gotten.
Well, I
Semi-pride,
hope you-
semi-truth.
I hope you'll keep the crew safe. As for Nagiri, I'm sure he can handle himself, but the rest of the crew might not be so familiar with Chult.
I briefly look over towards everyone. I'll keep an eye on your Nagiri.
I did take
As-
at least one
Did you not
course on the
listen?
location.
Nagiri's the
Bueno.
only one you don't need to keep an eye on, but yeah.
You may not have told my dad any stories, but all children do dumb things. One day I'll find out what he did.
What's a chult?
Chult. 1 second, I need to pull up something so I sound smart. Chult is a
You can just-
peninsula. It shares borders with Samrak and Thindol. It's not.
It's
You're
a big
n-
forest in the ocean.
A voice will echo into Wilbert's head. It's where we're going.
Oh, it's a place. I thought we were going to have to fight one.
That's how you know this Koji's the real deal. Most outsiders think it's an island, but they don't have the right maps.
None of them do. At best, they've got maps of. You'll be lucky if you can find someone who has a single map that has all the islands mapped, even. There are some that are part of Chult, but 50% of them you could ask where the border of those islands stop before they become part of Lantan, and. Oh, I could not tell you a thing.
Gets messy, huh?
Well,
Well,
I am glad that our benefactor sought to find someone from the place we are going to. I would have requested as much if it wasn't already under evaluation.
Yep.
And how much longer is our benefactor going to make us wait?
How long indeed? As it is right at this point when the doors are basically flung open by the guards that it all seems to go foggy for you. There's this sort of space in this memory that seems to have been, well, as you would put it, maybe infected for some reason or whatever. It's there when it kind of blanks out. And you find yourself back in that arena dissecting that same lizard folk. I know, such a big build-up, and then, what? Nothing? This is the same for everyone, by the way. There is also this missing gap in your memory that you can't quite put your finger on, but the next memory from that point on was like waking up on the ship, and that's when the pirates attacked. Up to that point, there's this sort of space that you hadn't realized was there until you're now kind of casting your minds. So I'm going to take you back to the lizard folk tunnels for now.
I do want to probe more at the bone crown I'm holding.
Well, but yes, Ivan is going to dissect the chief with a focus, specifically looking for anything in particular. This weird obsession the chief had with his work. It is like a tether, and Ivan knows to continue to pull a string is the only way to reveal things sometimes.
All right. I'm gonna ask Ivan to give me a check for dissecting this thing real quick. Give me. It's gonna be medicine, and this time, since you give it to me with wisdom. Because you are doing this on the fly, perhaps more keeping your eye out for something than you are studying. That's a good roll. Even with exhaustion sort of setting in. You could if you want.
20.
Dirty 20.
It's just as you're about to push your scalpel into the chest to make the first incision is when you pause. You notice there's some sort of... what would you call it? Discoloration to the underside of some of the scales. And obviously they suffered a great deal of wounds during the fight, and so there's these deep cuts and abrasions already kind of across their chest, but there's something you can trace in the cracks of their scales that sort of zig and zag down their kind of clavicle, down the side of their body. And it's as they're kind of zigzagging, they're not just a straight zigzag. How do I best describe this? I'll draw it, perhaps. So it might start like this, going down one set of scales, right? But then we sort of begin to shape out something. And you're not exactly sure what it is, but maybe it's a birthmark or something of that sort. But it's almost outlining a shape.
If I was to cut along that shape, like a seam, perhaps. It may very well. Yes, I think that's what I would do, depending on whether it seems like language or communication, or whether it seems more like a guiding line. I would either cut along it, or I would note down its shape in my research. I'd probably do both, but...
Okay. Yeah, you can copy it down before you cut it, for sure. And then you can use it as a guiding line, if you'd like. You both. Certainly. Okay. In that case, as you're cutting through this, there is, as you kind of remove the scales, there seems to be what is like a swollen piece of flesh that seems to be in amongst that outline. And your best guess is that there is some sort of tumorous growth, which is never a good thing to see. Though it doesn't look like it was the cause of any discomfort. It most certainly would have caused some problems in the future if it had continued that way. It is... how to describe it? It's probably somewhere on the liver. As that's how far down you've been cutting. And for whatever reason, I'm not sure how, it looks like something has chewed on it. And yet, it's practically impossible since it's on the interior of this person's body. Nothing could have got to it without first maybe, I don't know, getting inside, but it looks like there's almost small bite marks into it.
I would first, test those marks, see if they are truly, wounds, or if they are more like sores, before I think.
Yeah, you get like a magnifying glass out and really zoom in on this thing. You're able to tell these would probably be sharp, like little canines, these things. That nothing like a molar. It's something like that's been puncturing this piece of flesh and piercing and trying its best to chew it and tear it, but it's not really come free or anything. It's not like it's torn the flesh away. It's almost just like it's repeatedly bitten into it and then opened the jaws.
Does it look like it's come from within or without?
That is not, you're not able to determine. What do you mean without? Do you mean like something bit it and then it got in?
No, does it seem like the bite is coming from inside the liver pushing outwards or outside the liver pushing inwards?
Right. Yeah, no, it looks like something outside has been biting it, but how that thing got in here, where that thing is impossible to determine. And you don't even suspect there would be enough room to fit a creature in with this jaw size in this part of their body. The liver looks punctured and chewed, but the rest of the flesh, all the other organs, completely unharmed. Like there's no other damage to them. As you kind of start removing one beast by another, it's only this weird tumorous growth on the liver that's been kind of punctured.
I will take a sample of the liver before probably doing a bisectomy and looking into it. But you're free to move on to the others if you would like in the meantime while Ivan does that.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to jump to Nagiri. You've been asking about these eggs for a little while. Willbert's got the other one, right? You got one of them? Okay. So Willbert, you hear Nagiri asking who's got the other egg?
Yeah, I picked one of those up.
Do you want to keep it, or mind if I'm gonna take care of it?
You can have it. What are you planning to do with it? Are you gonna sit on it and hatch it like a chicken, or are we gonna eat it?
Not sure yet, but it's definitely not food.
Huh. Sure. I mean, I just saw them grabbing, running off with it, and I figured whatever it is must be important.
Cruel to just abandon and destroy these eggs. They are they are innocent in all this.
Chief
How do you know if
Kargoth overhears that.
How do you know
Go
if they're
ahead, Will.
fertilized?
Hmm?
How do you know that they're fertilized? What if they're just, like, runny and eggy inside?
Just feels that way. And if they've already passed, then time will tell.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Don't know about the other
Chief-
two, but I got the yellow one.
The chief says they may be innocent now, but once they grow into voracious lizard folk, what then? Who is going to feed them? What would they
Wait.
become?
These are lizard eggs?
Even if these are lizard folk,
I thought they were the flying one.
we can teach them, and they can control themselves. I mean,
Look
look
at
at that
Koji.
guy. He points towards Agar.
You say, look at Koji, Wilbert. Well,
I mean, Agar's wandered off at this point up the hall, so he's not actually there for the conversation.
Yeah, Koji's cool.
I'm not
What
a
if they
lizard
become,
folk.
like, little Kojis?
Do you want me to check what the eggs might be?
hmm.
But I think it's unfair to just kill them just because they are different from you.
No, not because they are different. Because of what they do.
No, it's what they could do. They don't have to become
Look at...
pets.
They point towards their dead warrior who lays in the arena.
I mean,
That is what lizard folk have done to us. What they have always done.
humans can do that too. I mean, so could half-orcs. And dwarves and elves and anyone.
If you want to make a morality equivalent, Chief, to do so would in fact be worse than the crime they almost committed to your own child. Do not compare moralities.
Also, that one is what we did. Does that make us worse than them? If we are to kill those eggs, then we're definitely worse.
The law of the jungle does not concern itself with morality. It is a matter of survival.
The chief is right.
I've heard stories about even the evil gods. Malar, their followers also have rules. One of them is not to hunt the children, because those are becoming greater prey, or predators maybe, a bigger challenge. But if even Malar protects children, what does that make us if we are to kill them?
Nagiri. These are not children. They are eggs. Any god of a jungle would, as the chief said, would not concern itself with morality. It is survival. Perhaps if we destroy the eggs and not intend to use them as food, then it would be truly evil. But if they are consumed for our sustenance and survival, it is just how the world works. Snakes eat eggs out of birds' nests. Does that mean the snakes are evil? Or do they simply live as they can?
The snakes eat eggs out of necessity, because they're needing to eat those. We're currently discussing the destruction of eggs not because of necessity, but because of prejudice.
Well then, let's leave it for later, till it becomes of necessity. This isn't the time now to be lingering on such things. We just won.
What you decide to do is up to you. But I'd urge you not to bring them into Paku village. It may cause a concern. You understand?
I understand. That leaves me in a predicament.
Oh, alright. Whilst you are weighing on what to do there, Agar, you've found and located the unconscious lizard folk. He is paralyzed and still got that syringe stuck in his neck.
Yeah,
His little
Agar
needle.
is going to use what's the small amount of rope that he has to basically tie this lizard folk's hand and feet to one of the spears here, just so they can't really get away and do anything. In case they wake up, they're then going to. Did the shaman have like a club that he attacked me with?
Yes, it does. Less of a club, more of like a wand of some sort, though.
I'm gonna take his wand.
Yeah. Okay. It is strange. It looks like almost like maybe a baboon skull on the top there.
Agar is then going to hold the torch to the dead lizard's face, cooking it, staring it in the eyes before biting off its head.
Oh my god. Jeez, yeah.
And then after finishing, we'll just go, "We told you we would cook you and eat you. We keep our promises."
Oh god.
Wait, you cooked him?
I
briefly.
Briefly with the torch.
Yeah, it is still heavily undercooked, but your jaws are and teeth are powerful enough to rip and tear into this thing's flesh, especially that kind of softer underscales where its neck is.
Yeah.
You can see blood splatters across the floor, filling this altar with fresh blood. Agar is an interesting concept because as you do this, as you spill blood in the altar room, there is this tremor that seems to usher in. It's slow at first, but it kind of rises to this crescendo. The ground beneath you is trembling, the bones in this arena kind of rattling against one another. And even in the cave, Agar, you see sort of stones sifting from the ceiling, almost as if there's about to be a collapse, before then all of a sudden, as you kind of, it's almost at the moment you gulp down your meal, as you swallow it, is when it all of a sudden seems to subside, and the shaking, roaring sensation just vanishes as quickly as it came.
So it started shaking when I started cutting open the liver. Oh no.
As Agar muses over this, they're going to plant some spores in both of these dead lizard folk, and then realizing there's another lizard folk down here, they will drag them out of the water and plant some spores in that one.
If you would like as well, I will mention there's this kind of leather-bound book on them that you can see in the artwork. There is
I'll take that
as well as there's a number of different reagents that they had as part of their own spellcasting components. Like
Yeah, I'll
Um,
take basically their component pouch, their book, and their wand to probably give
Yeah.
some of it to Ivan for looking over. But once I've planted spores in each of those, I'm going to basically heft this one up on the spear and just carry them out.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a pouch of different shaped thorns. There is also chunks of iron by the looks. And various igneous rocks as well.
Seems that lots is tied to volcano.
Yes. Okay, then you
Agar
bring
would
the
have
lizard
also
folk out with you.
briefly, yeah, Agar would have also briefly washed his face in the pool, so he's not coming out stained in blood.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, you've hauled out one unconscious lizard folk and planted it down there. Okay.
Anything interesting, little bird with big lizard?
I imagine that cutting open this liver to see what's inside, see if there's anything else. Ivan's eyes almost seem manic. They seem focused beyond focus that many other people would be capable of. As if he's looking into this thing, this piece of meat, for answers that no one else could see.
Chief says we should not linger too much. The scent of blood will attract the carnivores. So gather up what meat it is you want, and then we should be back to Paku village.
Yeah.
And get my son home safe.
Yes.
Koji, yes.
I don't want to. I know you were going around to people doing their individual things. I actually just realized I don't want to interrupt if.
No, you're good.
Okay. I wanted to inspect the crown, but before I do that, I walk up to Ivan. Hey, doctor, do you mind if I ask you something?
Incredibly so.
Well,
Damn.
rather as none. Do you mind if I take a tooth from him? Point at the chieftain.
The tooth contains no information.
Gotcha. I pull out my small skinning dagger and pry out the biggest of the teeth I can find. A single
Gotcha,
one.
yeah. Sure thing.
I saw
Massive
Willbert.
lizard folk chief.
I saw Willbert got the killing blow, right?
He did.
Hey, Willbert.
Yeah?
So, congratulations.
On what, sorry?
You killed him. You killed the chieftain.
Oh yeah, that was so cool, wasn't it? My first kill. Like proper kill anyway.
Also, do you imagine you're gonna want something to memorialize this, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say no, but being with you guys in this like adventuring party is enough for me.
What, you don't want a treasure for killing a thing that large?
Sometimes the best treasures are the stories. But I'll take something if you've got it.
had an idea. Remember a while ago how you said something about wanting a piercing?
Vaguely.
I do know how to give slightly, but I imagine I could do it. Unless you'd rather something less physical.
I look over your shoulder towards Ivan. We could. We have a doctor here, just in case.
Oh no, this would be easy. But we can do it once we're back in the tribe. Just wanted to ask if you wanted it.
We'll make a constitution save against tetanus.
Against
Oh no. No, I wouldn't be using a piece of metal. I'd be using the tooth to pierce him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that's where this was going.
Yes.
DC would be far higher. Anyways,
God.
that's what
No,
happened
yeah.
when we get to
You can get tetanus from a rabid animal bite, and I'm pretty sure lizard folk will fall under that category.
I'm pretty sure that would be a DC check for equivalently getting bitten by a kimono dragon.
Um,
But
I was not planning to bite anyone.
Not a chieftain.
Yet.
Oh, he's not a Komodo dragon. I'm a Komodo dragon. He's uglier.
oh, I'm just saying his mouth is definitely more disgusting.
True.
Unless you want to
Jealous?
take that trophy of being the more bacteria-ridden mouth. I don't know if you want that.
I thought we had the discussion last week about how everyone thought the chieftain was actually quite handsome.
Oh yeah, I said he could kind of get it, but that was also after so many innuendo statements got made. Something about putting things up people's right of ways,
and then a bone burst.
bone bursting.
God damn it. That's where I'm
Anyway.
going to say the crown. You want to investigate the
crown,
crown,
yes.
you say?
I want to do that.
Okay. Okay. Give me, I guess it is nature check.
You did
first
say
of all.
there was some essence coming off at the end of last session. You said something like it had an
Yes. There was this sort of wispy spiritual energy that was escaping it. It's almost as if, as the lizard folk was dying, it's like their, I don't know, soul was being sort of captured into the crown or something.
aura. I
That's.
felt a soul gem.
Did you feel the soldier? Right. Give me a nature check firstly, just to see
Okay.
if you recognize the type of bones these would belong to.
It's an int check for nature. I was gonna poke my fingers and say wisdom, but probably not. Or would survival work? And no,
It's
that's
the same
different.
thing. Wisdom is, yeah, no, you're using this to identify the bones just to begin with. This is,
All right, I'll do int nature then. It's just I have a
Yep.
-2 to int.
it's unfortunate, but it's not terribly high DC.
Okay.
Okay, 11. It's actually enough. You recognize these are not the most exotic animal. In fact, these belong to a crocodilian-like reptile, probably either, an alligator or crocodile, something of that sort. But you can tell because the long snout, the bony jaw filled to the brim with teeth. That has to be an alligator. Or, in fact, I think if any one of us were to look at an alligator skull, it's got that very familiar kind of zigzaggy ridge, the up and down sort of set jaw. And oh yeah, and I've already kind of given it to you from earlier, but the skull on the top of the wand, yeah, is also a baboon-like creature, like a simian with very sharp fangs. That's what you're getting from that.
Can I make?
As for
Oh.
as for the weird spiritual stuff, yes, you can make another check for that.
I'm assuming Arcana.
Yes.
Since we all saw that occurring at the end of the combat, could multiple of us roll this one, or
I
Well, Yeah.
I can RP that. Hey, doctor. When you get the chance, I want your opinion on what you think this crown's got going with it. When you're not dissecting, I wouldn't want to interrupt your procedures. I wait for the
Already
bird. So now there's RP reason why you can also make the Arcana check.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Anyone who wants to, they're interested in that, can roll Arcana. I will also allow religion as well, to be honest.
I think our
Oh, of
doctor
course
knows
you got a 25.
He got an at 20. Our doctor knows what's going on, as compared to everyone else.
What'd you get? Wait, what? Wait.
I got a
Whoa,
natural 20.
25. Dude.
I even got a nat 20.
Okay.
Doesn't it make sense though? Actually,
That's why I went like,
This-
ooh.
Beautiful, because I'm actually
could-
going to reference something just earlier in the flashback. What you saw is something you've seen before when you were staring out that window, looking at that strange wagon in Nephany. Spiritual energy. We're talking the incorporeal undead known as ghosts. They have this sort of wispy, transparent, fog-like apparition to them. What you saw was undoubtedly some sort of manifestation of the lizard folk's soul, but it was drawn to that crown, like it was swallowed by the jaws of that alligator. And they even, when they were calling upon like their powers, like when they used the jaws of Samoyanya on you, like those same sort of spectral jaws appeared and like chomped down on top of you, and you felt the force of this divine spiritual energy just spiking into your very soul, which is what kind of took you out of that moment. You weren't really left with many physical scars on your body, but you felt as though something was ripping your soul out of your body for a brief moment. So,
does
yeah.
the tooth marks from the skull match the tooth marks that would be on the liver? Type of tooth.
I did mention canines, and yeah, if only they were way, way smaller. That's the thing. These alligators' teeth are massive in comparison.
No, of course.
But if you were to really get a magnifying glass in on there and zoom in, quite possibly. Possibly, yeah. But it's hard to determine precisely, but I'll say with that nat 20, you can ask a couple other questions as well. Treat it like Powered by the Apocalypse. You can ask me 2 questions. Yeah.
So the skull has taken the spirit. Does it seem that the skull is magical in nature? Or does it seem more of like a connecting thread to a deity or powerful spirit? Like, it's less that it's a magical object and more like a foci. Or is it?
You would say more of a foci more than anything. Less of a, this has got magic in it, and it is, you expend magic from it. No, it's more like you mentioned, like a connection to some sort of deific figure, a foci of sorts, yeah.
Doctor, did you get any idea of what this might be? Well, magical wise.
It's a connective tissue. A ligament. It pulls together between a faithful and their deity, allowing them to unleash pieces of their deity upon those around them. but it is not magical in and of itself. It can only give the strength to those who are already incorporated within the body that is the faith. And my second question, would this thing help me in my research?
Help you in your research specifically? Potentially, but it's not a hard yes. It's a potential, but it's not something that is a direct connection to your work. No, it's
intriguing.
It's interesting that they sort of noticed it. You could say that this individual, they saw your necrotic magic, they saw how it rotted away the flesh from bone, and perhaps mistook you for something else entirely. Your magic, or your research is, there's more nuance to it than that.
Interesting. Perhaps
you could definitely see how. You could definitely see how people would mistake your type of magic to be like, necromancy or something, right?
Perhaps what
and
I
for
need
you,
is a foci within my own work.
So
Reconnecting it to itself.
You described it like a sort of focus, right, Doctor?
Specifically for those who worship their god.
Hey, Chris.
I
put it on.
I was waiting for that. Okay.
I'd like to attune to it.
You attune to this cursed object. Those would be the next words I hear.
As you place the jaws around your head, and I will say it's only like the top half of the head so that it does work as a crown, right? When you place it on there, it's almost in the same
I feel
shape
like it's like
as your own.
a crown/mask thing. Sort of like how the image of the shaman.
Yeah. I definitely agree, yeah. It's like that. In fact, where is that shaman again?
But there's more to the
Yeah,
back
there
of the
is.
skull, so it sort of wraps around.
Yeah, let's bring him up again. There he is. Yeah, definitely. It's like that, where your eyes can see through the kind of holes of the alligator skull, and the teeth sort of overline and overlap with yours. They're actually almost kind of a perfect fit, you would say. And yet, it feels as though there is a second jaw underneath yours. Feels like there's this clamping down sensation, digging into your flesh, and it's almost impossible to kind of open your own mouth for a moment. It's almost as if it's being held shut. And everyone else sees Koji's eyes sort of, there's this white that kind of rushes over them, and there's this small exhalation from their nostrils, this kind of wispy white trails. And clearly there is something supernatural about it. And all you hear, Koji, in your mind is this hissing, growling sound that is very recognizable. You've heard it before. That is the sound of a hungry alligator. You would estimate they're starving, in fact. Although, you also feel like you've just eaten at the same time. It's a curious dichotomy of both you've eaten something, but you still want more. There's a hunger that cannot be satiated. That's all you feel for now.
I'm able to open my mouth and all that stuff again, right?
If you want to try and open your mouth for a moment, yeah, give me a wisdom saving throw.
I would also like to say, I'm sort of envisioning it mentally, that if Koji closes his eyes, he could almost envision facing the crocodilian gator, whichever one makes sense nature-wise, head on. And he sort of mentally stances up as if he was holding his swords out, like, if you tried to attack me, you aren't winning. Like he's challenging it.
I see. Okay.
But I will make that wisdom check.
Go for it. Wisdom
he's
save.
just- yeah, wisdom save. He's doing that eyes closed, sort of.
Alright. Yeah. Your eyes are kind of whited over, so what you're seeing in your vision is totally different from the outside. A 7.
You can tell me partially.
you're-
I might try to force this roll.
It is a save. Saves are not checks. No,
Yeah,
no.
you can't do it, I'm afraid, but I will say this, as you're staring, you're trying to visualize them, right? You're picturing them in your mind's eye. If that's the case, then this wisdom is a fail, as what you try to picture in front of you is this alligator, except it is far, far bigger, far more monstrous than you could possibly imagine. It's not even phased as you kind of draw your weapons. They're like toothpicks compared to this alligator's jaws. And as it almost kind of approaches you, sort of swimming across just the surface of the water, everything in this vision is like black and white. It's monochrome. And the alligator itself is this kind of gleaming white. And as it approaches, you sense its hunger kind of connected to yours. As it gets closer, it's looking at you. It gets hungry just looking at you. And its jaws lift up, but they don't swallow you. If anything, as its jaws begin to open, you see more of these sort of souls beginning to work their way out, trying to like pull themselves free, and then it clamps again and shuts them down. And that same kind of lockjaw is what you're feeling in your own mouth. It's as though it doesn't want that to escape, and you are unable to open your jaws for fear that it'll escape. It's a doorway.
And I try to lift the crown back off. Or just lightly try to see if it shifts any.
No, it doesn't shift at all. Like as you try to move it, it's firmly like, it feels like there's another jaw. Like I mentioned, it feels like there should be muscle tissue there, like closed and holding it shut.
Am I back to eyes no longer glazed over, or are they just like that now?
No, you definitely start to see the rest of your surroundings beginning to... It bleeds in, like the color first bleeds in, and then you start to see the rest of your environment around you, and that great white crocodilian begins to submerge into the water. Its eyes still locked on yours, but...
Like it just fades into a ripple that seems to vanish into the ground.
Precisely, yes.
It's
And
like
what
an
you're
overlay.
Right. And what you're left staring at is the arena filled to the brim with bones. The arena of death.
I wouldn't suggest wearing that.
I pull out one of my small like errant notebooks that doesn't have much in it, and it's just scribbles or small things. I write something down and pull out a small leaflet and hand it to the doctor. It reads,
You can say it out loud. You don't have to type.
Hmm. There's a Agar, when you've walked in, you've probably carried the scent of slightly charred flesh with you as you walked in, right? Still holding that torch as well. It's like there's always a smell of cooking around Agar, but very recent cooking, that's something that almost makes you salivate, Koji, for sure.
Would you like us to try to pull it off of you, Koji?
alright, I'm gonna speak. As much as I want to keep in character and type everything, I will speak. He's essentially now just using paper to write what he wants to say. No. But I do have another question. Is there any parts of the chieftain that you don't need?
Agar probably intended to use as much of it as possible.
I was planning to take them back and add them to my stew pot.
I'll step closer to Agar, write something down. Shows you, is there any I could have now instead of for later? It hungers.
Agar considers this.
I would suggest we find a way to get that off of Koji as soon as possible.
Yes. You did well in the fight, so you can have the heart.
I were to real quickly ask you something, Chris. This may be shooting myself in the foot, but gotta play how it's meant to be. Would you say the needle stuck in the paralyzed guy is like bleeding slightly?
I was about to say that your eyes, as you're discussing like eating one of these lizard folk, your eyes absolutely are drawn, and more so your jaw is drawn to the unconscious one. Not the ones that are already dead. It doesn't feel like a hunger for flesh.
It's a hunger for the living.
No, it's a hunger for the soul.
I write down, actually, never mind on that. Agar, do you have any intentions with him? And I point to the one on the ground.
We thought that, as the shaman mentioned a ritual, that it might be wise to use this one for information. But I do not know. Little bird, how soon will your toxin wear off on this one?
An hour.
Ooh, that's soon.
Probably is.
Do you think you can, or it can wait more than an hour?
Koji writes down something. He writes down, I'll try, but I can't promise I won't attack things when we're walking back. Don't worry, not people, animals.
I think that we should try to remove that thing now, if that's the case, Koji.
I write down, I don't think it wants to let go. It's hungry. You can try. And Koji sort of shrugs.
Agar will look to Willbert. Willbert, grab one side of this skull, I'll grab the other, and we pull.
Okay.
I do quickly write down, don't break it.
Doesn't look good for him anyway.
No, let's see. Let's give this a go. So we will work together to try to pull this off.
Brute force this off. Okay. Both you and Agar can either give me a strength check or one of you with advantage.
This be just strength or athletics or...
Yes, athletics.
What's your athletics score, Willbert?
+4.
Ooh.
I'll give you advantage on this one then, because I've only got +2.
Okay.
I would
Mm-hmm.
ask Chris if I could help them by trying to pull myself away, but I feel like the skull wouldn't let me.
23.
23. Okay.
25.
Koji, you go to, like, perhaps try to help them. And it's not for lack of, it's not something like it's controlling you. There's really only an emotion that's on yourself, and that's the hunger, right? And you could, for a brief moment, feel your jaws loosen up a bit, as though you were contemplating opening and eating this lizard folk. But as soon as Agar and Willbert come back over and begin to start to remove it, they clamp back up. And Koji, as you feel them brute forcing this thing away from your head, it's not because you're unwilling to help, it's because you're starting to feel a bit faint. You see Agar, because you're in the front, probably a slight flutter to Koji's eyes, as though their eyeballs are rolling back, as though they're losing consciousness as you're pulling this thing away from them. And both of you, Ivan, as well, you start to see another similar apparition appearing, a wispy representation of perhaps Koji's soul being ripped up and out of the top of their head as the skull is being detached.
Oh, I will stop pulling and push it back into position.
Koji, for a brief moment, it felt like your body had just gone limp. You could even see them kind of starting to fall back into Willbert. And as you push it back down, Koji, you're suddenly shunted again with all your life energy. It feels like your body just skipped a beat. And suddenly your heart's pumping to try and make up for that loss. That's like the slight stutter. And it's just...
Why did we break the skull? The crown. The skull crown.
I quickly pull out my notebook and write, okay, never try that again.
I think this may be something that will take someone more skilled in the soul and spirit than myself.
So Koji came over to me about a piercing and instead got his head pierced.
Why did you put that thing on, Koji?
Take inspiration, Koji, because you...
I've been playing into this.
I mean,
That
as
you really
say, Lysander loves to try her. You tried it on.
I will sort of rub the... I can't rub my head, so I'm sort of rubbing the skull like I'm rubbing my head. You can see the parts
It
where my
feels like
feathers
it.
are pluming out. I will say Koji does look quite cool with this, as every part where his feathers can poke out. I've sort of turned this into a mask thing. It looks cool, at least. He's aura farming while he's being eaten.
It does feel like the top of your
Nice.
head, almost, as you're scratching it or rubbing it.
Well, if you're going to keep it, I forbid you from following its instructions in any way, Koji.
I first write to why did I put it on? I write, I thought I could tame it. I was wrong. And
You
two,
should have put it on someone else.
As you say the word tame, oh, there's this sensation of teeth biting into your head, crunching it. Almost as if it does not like that word whatsoever.
Well,
I follow up with, ow, it didn't like that.
well, I don't care what it wants. I forbid you from listening to it. Do you understand, Koji?
You hear just, I can't open my mouth, but I can still make sounds, so you just hear like a, Alright, fine, but I am hungry. Very.
It is not part of our adventuring group, and I do not trust it.
Adventuring group? He said it.
Didn't say party.
He did say party.
He said group. He said adventuring group.
That's the same. That's the same.
It's the same thing. He's softening up to the idea of it.
I write down one last thing too, Ivan. I write down, I know Chult. I am one with it. I will be. This thing will become one with me, whether it likes it or not.
Ooh,
Don't worry.
I kind of went hard.
I've got it.
I plan to only grow stronger from this.
I've got it. Ivan's infantry.
I think if you're gonna become one with the thing, that's gotta be because the thing is gonna is gonna absorb you, not the other way around.
We're going to remove or destroy that thing as soon as possible. I do not want you to get too attached.
I also write down, I think if we destroy it, I will blow up.
Poor choice of words there, right?
Ooh, I like this one.
Koji, as you say that, when you're like, I will become one with it, it will become one with me, and you know Chult, there is this, not a growl, but definitely sort of a, it's like a low, almost as though it's thinking and listening to what you are saying. Whatever this entity is, it is not just some savage, hungry creature, but intelligent enough to know the words that are coming out, or the words that you are writing, perhaps even thinking. But
I give one last thing before I let everyone else continue, and I just be silent. Do I sense that it sort of responds to what I wrote, like it realized what I was thinking?
Yes.
I try to close my eyes again and go back to that mental image. I imagine it's standing I'm standing on the... Do you know when movies do the mind thing where it's like you're standing in slightly shallow water and it just extends infinitely in like a black space?
Yes.
I imagine it's like that, and I can see the top of the gate, whatever's head sort of peeking out at me. I sort of go to kneel down and just think the words, or try to say them in my mind. You will not break me. I will not break you.
There's
As
again
Ivan
that kind
said,
of
the phrase,
hissing sound.
We will remove or destroy this thing as soon as possible.
The last thing I say to it is, we will feast together.
Huh. That means in
With
terms
that-
of lizard folk at the moment, Koji is the exact opposite of Agar. Like, he wants them as fresh as possible, like alive when he eats them. I want them as
Yes.
dead as possible.
Yes, it's crazy. We really are the dinner fire now. Fantastic. Yeah, there is. Give me an inside check, Koji. Real
I
quick.
thought you were going to ask for a persuasion check.
No, that's it. You don't need to persuade them.
It's listening.
those-
I just need to understand what it's thinking.
Yeah, because if you're inside, oh,
I'd like to use my inspiration.
You could. I was also going to say, describing this as a nat one also makes sense because they are not the talkative type. At the moment, it seems they are submerged in the water and only their eyes are poking out, but they're locked in on yours, listening. But other than that, there is no real emotion that you can tell on a reptilian's face. It is just the silent, staring, judging eyes.
I sort of just kneel
And-
down at it and extend my hand to it.
At that, it sinks away.
I didn't stand back up, just sort of like, all right, try again later.
It's yeah, we'll see.
The
We'll
weird
see.
hungry beast in my brain doesn't trust me yet.
Then that one, it just it doesn't look like they have any intentions of being friends, especially not like the way you're thinking with reaching your hand out to like maybe pet it or something. It's also monstrously big. I want to just reiterate, this thing could swallow you and your whole party whole at this point, but yeah. Either way, for now, the sense of hunger seems to still be there, but it's like biding its time. Agar, what was you asking there? What's going on? If I haven't finished that section, Agar's going to grab some spears and skewer the yeah, you can make a shish kebab out of this thing for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only thing remaining of Ivan's section is him doing a biopsy on the liver. That was the only thing he had left.
Mm-hmm. You can either take the liver out, or you can cut away the piece of flesh that's the tumor on it, or what would you like to do? Like,
Well, I think.
or just
very
examine it a
similarly,
bit further and leave it?
I think using the same technique that he used back in the Arcanum Academy to split the flesh. It's almost habitual.
You want to cut it open?
I want to cut it
That's what
off.
you're saying? Okay. All right. Well, if you cut it open right here and now, then
I know
as you
time
examine,
is my greatest enemy when it comes to
Mhm.
what I look for.
there isn't much extra inside the tumor, other than you get to really get a closer look at the makeup of this thing, and best kind of assumption here is that this is some sort of parasitic growth more than anything. As though it was feeding on it, deliberately connected to the liver so that it could grab whatever nutrients and such it needed to grow this big.
I even looked up in Koji and says, this thing may induce a physical reaction if we do not get it removed as soon as possible, Koji. The supernatural and the physical have more connections than you would imagine.
I'll try. I write down. I'll try to work with it for now, but I don't think it's gonna be happy if we try to forcefully remove it.
Chief, is there someone in your village, a wise person who might be more in tune with the way of the spirits and gods?
He is staring stunned at the moment at what Ivan is doing, before he kind of like almost snaps out of it and looks back towards you, Agar. Where? There is actually, yes. The other tribes as well. They have a deep spiritual connection.
Let us gather up what we can and speak to them and head back before that big dinosaur that we saw at the bottom of the river decides to come take a peek.
What do you see, Chieftain? Ivan is like prodding something.
You're holding the split open tumor and you're asking him what he sees,
Yes.
he says, I see ash.
Interesting. Interesting.
And as you look at the interior of the tumor, there is this kind of grayish, powdery substance inside of it. Maybe that's what he's interpreting as ash. And for a brief moment, you're also unsure if that was even there before. But it is now.
Ivan reaches down and pulls out his notes, and you see as he begins to write a very complicated set of notes, all encoded. Even as he walks, his hand is moving.
It's maybe worth noting, little bird, that these lizard folk, at least the shaman, did have some ties to the volcano. They had igneous rock in their pouch, and also they had a book of some kind which might be worth trying to decipher. It might help understand perhaps what is going on with Chief.
Let us return. Targov's almost a little bit disturbed from what he's seen, all of you doing, and especially the the young child. He's probably the other warrior is probably shielding the eyes of Zol, the poor kid.
I was gonna ask, what's his reaction to fucking
Koji?
I'm in a section, what I'm doing?
Yeah, like I say, stunned silence, and jaw kind of dropped. But I will say there's probably a sort of look of respect when you sort of said about becoming kind of one with Schultz, and that you didn't want to break this thing, even though it may be doing bad things to you. You're sort of learning to be in tune with it rather than anything else. And he does look concerned, this tribal warrior who's been with you this whole time. The guy, what's his name?
We never gave him a name.
Did we not?
If we did, it was like a off the rip, and then we forgot. Jonathan.
Hold on. I'm sure we did. We'll call him... we'll call him... I was going to say Dylan, but it doesn't sound very tribal, does it?
I put in the suggestion Ergon.
Ergon?
Like
Ergon, okay.
Yeah.
You're gone.
You're gone.
I thought you were here.
You're gone.
I beat you to it.
Sure. Ergon it is. That's fine with me. Alright. Nagiri, I'll just before everyone leaves, you've been thinking on where or what to do with the eggs. Now, you can't take them back to Packy Village, but what would you like to do with them?
Well, that is the issue. Nagiri actually wants to take care of these eggs for as long as he can. Until he finds other people who are suitable to take care of them. That he trusts to not just scramble them, make them into an omelette because racism.
mean, Agar wasn't doing it out of racism; he would do it out of practicality.
Yeah.
Fair.
Willbert was
I
just
think
wondering
also
either way.
Koji might have joined Agar in wanting to eat the eggs.
Oh,
Yeah, at least
that's a
at
good
least at this
point.
point.
Like that, they're like a fresh spirit, like untainted by the world.
But I believe for now this means Nagiri cannot enter the Baku village. If
They might not be able to, but if that's the case, where would you go? Or would you like stay here, or? I mean, they cleared out all the lizard folk.
True.
It's a shelter, defendable point.
We were going to the. Where would we going to the temple soon anyway?
Yep, I think that's coming up to this. Yes, it's we're getting there. But it's you could leave them somewhere safe as well. That's another option. If you wanted to try and hide them and then come back for them is another option.
I mean, put him back here, and the path from the village to here was relatively uneventful, other than Willbert falling in a river.
Could even hide them somewhere near the village.
Do we have to? Okay, if we were to go from the village to the temple and go through the lizard folk den, is that a very long roundabout way?
It's out of the way.
Is it out of the way or?
I think I know
Um,
why my spell slots are broken. Chris, did you disable the Drakenheim module?
I might have, yeah.
Because that is probably why my stuff is broken. Because I need that to
It
be
might have been.
enabled.
Oh
It
no.
might have been. It's only because all the damn conditions were screwed. I'll enable it real quick. All right. Sorry, Nagiri is out of the way. Not too far, no, but it does add some extra time onto the journey.
But yeah, my
You
options
could-
are either I temporarily leave them here,
Mhm.
or I go straight to the temple and wait there.
Mhm. Or another
Neither
option is
are.
you stay here, wait for them to come back, and then
Yeah.
together go to the temple. But that's up to you. I guess a bad question to ask is: are you guys gunning
Yeah.
for a long rest between now and?
Yeah,
next-
I'm tapped in terms of spell slots, but
I
Oh,
assumed
wow,
we were
already.
gonna go back to the village to like,
Mhm.
hey, we saved your son. Whoop.
Of course, yep. You guys can, but they
Yeah,
just don't
then-
want the lizard folk eggs coming in there. So that's why I'm asking Nagiri what he
Yeah.
plans to do.
I think Nagiri would stay here,
Okay.
and when it's time to go to the temple, Carver can pick him up, maybe.
All right.
So
then.
I can join the group at the temple.
You could have Karvak defend them instead of you being sent away. He seems not to like the people as much anyway.
Let's go with Nagiri stays here then for now.
For
All right.
now.
And then you can come back here or say,
Oh,
yeah, just.
if I'm here anyway, mind if I read the book, as I can't do anything else anyway.
The one from the lizard folk shaman.
The shaman, yeah.
I also want
Okay.
to read that.
Yeah, but you're not on your own. You can party with the rest of the group.
I mean, we might
Fine.
as well. In which case, we may as well leave the living lizard folk here because I doubt the village will want them inside. And you can ask them questions when they wake up, Nagiri.
Ask
assuming
questions?
you speak Draconic.
I know a couple of words. Wait, do I? Let me check.
Ah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, but we need to.
I will tell you now, it is written in Draconic.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you.
Nagiri can read it. Okay,
I can read it. Okay.
Oh, you can Draconic?
Even if I don't have Draconic, I have comprehend languages, so I just have to take every
okay,
10
great.
minutes.
I
to
guess
read
we'll
it.
take this lizard folk back and we can interrogate him back at the town. As then Koji can dispose of them.
Oh,
We can do it
okay.
outside of the town. We don't want
Mhm.
anyone to see what happens after we're done with him.
If that's the case, then we
Okay.
just all stay here and we can interrogate him here.
I was honestly thinking that
An hour would probably be up, at least by now. There's been a lot.
yeah, is there a reason for the group to need to go back to the village and not just stay here as a defendable point?
Get Carvick and darts. That's about it.
And Fizzle Fuse.
Um,
And
Yeah, we can't leave Fizzle
there
Fuse.
is the rest of your stuff. I know
Yes,
you picked up what you needed, but
yeah,
there's, I'm gonna say, Ivan's things, as in, yeah, most of Ivan's, like, the stuff that was being ordered and carried, there's a lot of that, but of course a lot of it is broken, a lot of it's smashed, unfortunately.
in which case, if we interrogate the lizard folk here,
Okay.
I will also do my preparations of the food here.
Alright.
If the rest of the party want to go back to the town to gather up all of our gear, that's just a suggestion of Agar deciding. He is
Couldn't
not
we
in
just
charge.
go back to town later? After we're done interrogating, reading, and devouring.
Well, Nagiri will want to stay here anyway. But yes.
Oh, I guess fair.
Nagiri, if
Okay.
you have anything you want me to retrieve for you, you should give me a list. Your
I believe I got-
instruments, I presume?
Yeah. That's about it. I already have the rest of my stuff. I don't travel that loaded.
I'll stay here with Nagiri.
You
I'll stay
all should
here.
set some of this flesh away from where you are.
Yes, I'm going to carry it inside.
Okay. Alright.
So we're just temporarily splitting the group in half.
Just gotta get the people up to scratch.
Alright.
Yep. So you chuck the bodies back inside, most of them dissected anyway. The unconscious lizard folk, you're taking it. Are you interrogating it here and now, or are you waiting until you get back? Okay.
We'll interrogate it here.
Okay. I'll remove the paralyzed condition from it. They Oh, and are you doing it outside here? That's the other question.
No, I'll take it. I'll take them inside as well.
Okay.
I'm actually going to carry them up to the altar room.
Oh, very good.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, a table.
Interesting. Interrogation table, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure thing. And the rest of the party are heading back, or are they going to stay for this interrogation first?
We should probably at least do the interrogation together.
Okay. All right.
I gotta stay for my meal. It took one session, and I already joined everyone and wanted to eat people alive.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Took one session.
As I have often said, books are food for mind, but food is food for both belly and soul. In your case, that is perhaps more literal.
Soul is food for the belly,
Yeah.
Mm.
Soul
They
is food for the... Yeah.
for the great
They've started to
maw.
come to, their tongue flicking in and out as though to taste the air. And then when they smell you guys, their eyes shoot open and they look around the room. They are bound to, what is a spear,
Two
right?
spears. Yeah, a spear, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, kind of like hog-tied.
They immediately kind of struggle against the spears before they realize they're one, bound, and two, completely surrounded. And Chief
Ooh.
Kargoth has his own spear raised and ready to throw it as they come to. And they kind of hiss back at Kargoth.
Right, let's do this properly. And Agar will spread spores towards them. And at least this initial part. And just be like, if you behave, you will get to go to your god. If you misbehave, you will still get to go to your god, but I will make it incredibly painful beforehand, to the point that even your god will reject your soul.
What do you want?
Well, simply put, your shaman guy over there was trying to sacrifice that young boy on this altar for a reason, and I want to know why.
You should have asked him.
Well, he's dead and you're alive, so are you going to be helpful and tell us what you know of the volcano? Or do I have to allow my other friend there to unleash your god upon you?
Is he looking towards Ivan?
I could also begin severing tendons if you prefer, Agar.
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah.
Koji, it could be Ivan, it could be anyone in the group
Yeah.
who's just...
Yeah.
I'm hovering over his bound form, sort of.
God.
Yeah. But the exception is Willbert at this point. I guess. Like, Wilbert's just probably there
speaks
whistling
in
a
Draconic,
tune.
which I
Sure.
don't think Wilbert speaks. He doesn't know how that works.
He says aloud this time,
Kill me or eat me. But do not waste my time with talk.
Ivan will lean over and say, "Oh, I could do worse than kill you. I could
What?
paralyze you. I could make you rely on others for the rest of your days, never again able to swing a club or blade, forced to live out the day by day, minute by minute, breaking the laws of your own god, being the weak link."
give me a intimidation check, Ivan. And Agar, you can roll me one as well.
I would ask if I
I really
could.
need to get proficiency in intimidation
you
at some point.
just, and you're just hovering menacing, yes, Koji?
His eyes do not look like they have any thoughts except devour behind them currently.
Oh God, roll me an intimidation as well then.
Also,
And they
does he
do
recognize
notice
I
you are
have-
wearing. Yeah, I was just about to say you're wearing the skull cap that he knows and fears probably. So yeah, you can roll as well.
Could I get advantage?
Oh, you know what? Sure, go ahead. There is a slight wispy white to your eyes. Oh Jesus, isn't that 20?
Nat 20!
Okay. Ivan talking about weird paralytic injections. I think it's so intimidating, but it's in a complicated sense that it kind of goes over his head a little bit. Like, what even do you mean? It's too like intricate of a intimidation. Agar, you're just another lizard folk. They see you as just just a food as well. And whereas Koji wearing that strange alligator skull seems to send shivers down their spine. And it's funny you mention their god, because maybe they are staring right back at it in this moment. And as he's kind of looking around, like hissing, growling at you, Agar and Ivan, when he finally meets Koji's eyes, he's locked in, and you see his eyes go wide with fear. And yeah, as his jaw is kind of slightly open and agape, it's almost like his soul is slowly escaping his own mouth. But he looks fairly frightened of Koji.
The skull is coming in use. Excellent. So, tell us about the ritual. Tell us about Volcano.
You talk about the mountain of blue fire, yes.
Yes.
Blue?
Yes. Purple, blue. Somewhere in between. It is. It has been here longer than any of our generations. The magma is as beautiful as it is deadly, like Selu herself. Some say it is even the child of Selu. That it was formed from her image.
They look around and they're kind of trying to eye up who's got the book. I guess Nagiri does, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
so...
one, if that does anything.
The wand? No, not necessarily. They seem to be, as they're just reminiscing about this story, seem to be looking over towards the book, almost as if perhaps what he is mentioning is also contained within. And Nagiri, are you reading this as they're kind of saying it?
Yeah. Interrogation is
Okay.
really my thing.
Yeah. Then there's probably more information in there about what he's saying. That the island of Selu was formed in the image of some great goddess. She who is both maternal and merciless. She who breathes her children into existence and extinguishes them in the very same breath. And the name Biru Volcano is written. And according to these lizard folk, it reads as though it's the craggy belly that protrudes from this great mother. It would be probably an aspect of Samui, yep, which is the breeder. The feminine aspect of Samuenya. And it says that from its core, some sort of magic was birthed, altering everything in its path. The cobalt magma is the blood of this great mother, running through her body in fissures that crack the mountain's black stone. And they say
The Great Mother's true child. Life force of Selu. It is sourced deep within the volcano. A heart comprised of gleaming ore. Metallic, like blood. Fossilized, like skeleton. The Great Mother is protective over her child. Over her egg. And those who seek to claim it for themselves will incur her wrath.
We have no desire
Those
to claim
outsiders.
such thing.
Those outsiders do. They come here. They seek treasures. They anger the Great Mother. They anger the breeder. She will sooner see us all wiped out if we do not sate her with sacrifice.
Perhaps if you had approached the tribe with peace against those outsiders and a willingness to fight together, you may have not found your people slaughtered as they were.
Like, those outsiders. Did they arrive the day before?
They arrived, yes, the day before. As for...
Did they have a big green man with shiny teeth?
So I have heard.
And a bird.
The bird is innocent.
Bird is innocent.
The
I
bird
myself did not see them.
If you didn't kidnap the village head child, we could have dealt with it, the outsiders for you. We could have helped.
That was Chief Kroktath's idea. He wanted to challenge something strong. He said he wanted to eat the one with necrotic magic.
Then he was incorrect. My work is science.
And he looks towards Koji and sort of shuffles away slightly, but says,
Mistaken. No. He was driven.
Drawn.
Whatever it is you call it. Yes, drawn.
looking directly at Koji again. Even though he's clearly addressing you, Ivan, staring directly at the skull.
What could that thing possibly want with me?
I do not know. One does not question Kroktath. He says he speaks for Samoyan.
If that's the case, then Koji should be able to do now. What do they want, Koji?
Koji,
Chris, did you see what I sent you in messages?
No.
Just look at that real quick.
Koji, you feel no sense of remorse from whatever entity is in this. You actually feel your jaws loosen up, as though you're getting ready to open your mouth and bite. So, as a result of that loosening, you are able to actually open your mouth and talk as well. So long as it seems to be with the promise of death that follows.
You see Koji's still dead gaze drilled into the lizard folk's eyes. You see his mouth slowly open as a husky version of his voice just says, "Hunger."
Oh, Koji.
You
And
see
he's
the
slowly-
lizard folk. Oh god. They
He's
shuffle again more. No!
Samoyan, I have been a faithful servant.
You will join Samuya's embrace and jaws.
If
Ooh.
Koji
Um,
reaches for this thing, Ivan's actually going to leap up and end the lizard folk before Koji can.
Yeah, I was going to say Willbert's going to try and interpose as well.
I will
Seeing
say,
someone in danger. Who is
Koji,
unarmed.
as you go to say that online, I will retcon that one name. Samoyan does not seem to escape your lips. It's almost as though you go to say it, but then the jaws clench up and refuse you saying that word, that name in particular. Almost as if, well, something about it is incorrect.
I sort of halt when my jaw snaps shut. I think to myself to try to speak with it. What name should you be?
Salu.
David. The alligator.
If you don't give a real name now, Chris, it's gonna be David, and it's gonna be David until the end of time. Like, I hope you understand this. You're put at a crossroads.
No, it shouldn't be David. It should be Michael.
Michael.
No, we
Michael.
can't have that. That's one of my middle names. No.
Then it has to be Michael.
Steve.
Get that.
And as you hear that word kind of escape Koji's lips, is when he does suddenly hyperextend his jaw and go to bite on the lizard folk's head. And those who want to try and interpose, you can, and you're trying to kill them, Ivan, before they get a chance to.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. How do you kill them, Ivan?
It is going to be a... I think it is literally going to be like an immediate, like taking my scalpel. Because this lizard folk was affected by my poison. I take my scalpel out, and I'm basically jamming the scalpel like through their jugular vein, through the hole in the bottom of their skull, straight into their like brain cavity. Like, because they're like horizontal in front of me. Like, I'm trying to end it instantly. Coup de grace.
I see. All right. I will ask, just so we can all's fair and see who actually gets to do this. Koji, Ivan, and is it Willbert? You rolled dex for me? I.e. initiative, in fact. Yeah. Just
Roll
add you to
initiative.
the turn order. Yeah, roll initiative real quick, just to see if it goes down. Want to know. And Agar, are you doing anything as well?
Agar doesn't really mind one way or the
Okay.
other, but so they'll
Gotcha.
just step back and
So
walk.
Wilbur, you're trying to hold back Koji?
Yeah, I go to interpose Koji, and then there's then suddenly
Koji,
Ivan dives at him, and I'm like, oh, what? He's
Okay.
unarmed. Why are we killing people? This isn't fair. This isn't.
You cool with this, Koji? If Wilbur tries to grapple you,
He can try.
Yeah,
you
I'll
can try. Okay, Koji, Wilbur, roll me athletics.
Wilbur.
Contest a
now?
grapple check.
Yeah, I don't know if you're restraining Koji.
Good luck. You gotta be
I'm giving
Try
this.
to.
What do I roll?
This is also given to
an
Wilbert.
acrobatics.
Acrobatics?
Or athletics. Yeah, Wilbur's
I'll
got a
make an
25.
athletics.
Yeah, jeez. Oh, it was closer than I thought. But Wilbur, you're not expecting it. Suddenly, just gripping up a hold of you, pulling you back, and then I will say, because you can only use your action to escape the said grapple on your turn, Koji, you won't be able to get a chance to necessarily kill the lizard folk yourself. At least not with your jaws, but unless you have anything else you want to do on your turn, you're grappled and dragged away. So you're like several feet away from them. Zay, you raise your hand.
I'll
I
let this
just noticed how Koji is grappled and Ivan is so low in initiative. Is there any way I could cast message on the lizard folk to at least tell them, hey, the eggs are safe, if that's a consolidation?
Yes, you could. You would definitely be before Ivan, even if you rolled on that one. So yes. If
Then
you wish to
that's-
send a message to them.
Then that's what I would do in my turn. Yeah.
I can't
Okay,
stop them
yeah.
both.
All right. Sorry, go back to Koji. Yeah, you can't get a bite onto them unless you did a ranged attack, but that's up to you. Ivan's about to plunge that scalpel, and I think you were going for the bite, weren't you, more than anything?
Yes, but I'm also asking you another thing real quick.
Okay, one second.
I want to try to do this in a way that's appropriate without you having to guide it exactly.
Does that make sense?
I
Uh.
think
Okay.
Oh god. Wilbur, as you sort of restrain Koji, he like jolts intensely, but it seems like you caught him in one swift movement. You interrupted it. So it's like his body's trying to do something to something that isn't there anymore. So his head still lunges forward, down at nothing,
Yeah.
bites around nothing.
Snapshot.
And as his mouth closed, his head like quickly bulged up. His eyes are milked over completely, and his head whips to the side and glares for a moment at Ivan with a face with what you can see of Koji's face, with a face that's just like of like divine level anger, and then his head just goes down.
Okay. And then, as you described, Ivan, into the jugular.
Into
your
the
scalpel
jugular,
goes.
and Ivan meets the gaze of this. Like, it's claimed it was death. Ivan literally has a look of someone's like, I will not let you like take this. This is like you are my enemy, number one enemy. I will end you.
Holy shit. Absolute crazy unfolding of events before the lizard folk. Looks as though, Ivan, you see a sense of peace on their face, not of absolute terror and fear. They thought that their god was about to kill them, and then there's suddenly an at peace, like they're bracing the end, and they don't struggle as you shove the blade into their jugular. They seem to
Ivan,
accept
no.
it.
And Ivan isn't meeting Koji's gaze. Ivan is meeting whatever this thing is.
Oh yeah, it wasn't
This-
Koji looking at you. His eyes were white.
Yes, white. And, well, I mean, your
It almost looked
eyes
like
are
fog
fog was coming
Yes.
from the skull's eyes.
Definitely.
Ivan just says outright, like speaking to this thing while it's in firm control of Koji, just says, "If you are death, then I've already declared you my enemy. If you do not wish to die by my hand at the soonest opportunity, I suggest you let my guide go."
There doesn't seem to be much response from that, other than this growing hunger and pain, Koji. It kind of almost feels like your stomach's turning inside out. But there is something that you do notice, Ivan, and you can give me an insight check as well, because you're staring right out into this milky white eyes.
You're getting to briefly see into that dark water.
Effectively, yeah.
I can give guidance.
Okay.
Better than Koji did.
11 is still middle of the road, isn't it? Now, there is a patience to this hunter. It doesn't seem like it's lashing out like, "Give it back to me!" No, it doesn't have anger issues or anything. It's much like a crocodile that's just missed a meal. It's like just slowly sinking back down and waiting for the next opportunity that will arise. And so the misty white does release, and you see Koji's eyes come back too. Even Koji's face looked a little flush, like a little whiter than it was, almost like drained of blood a little. But that complexion does come back to them. And other than that, Ivan, it doesn't seem to be very talkative, at least for now. But there's clearly an intelligence behind it. It clearly understands you, Ivan. Beyond that,
I think
you can
that
tell it's
also
very patient.
anyone in the party can roll an insight on Ivan. Like, that reaction was not normal.
Declared an
for Ivan.
enemy? Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, that's
Yeah, go ahead.
I
You don't have
just
to get
cannot
used to
roll
people's
today.
dice. No, it's fine.
Oh,
probably
It's all
not.
on social checks, isn't it? What do we get? Not very good.
868.
868. Yeah, no one's really quite sure what they meant when they said declaring an enemy of death. That is something almost too... What's the word? Almost too much like a piece of
Philosophic.
scripture. Yeah, philosophical. Yeah, like out of a scriptural...
I think the implication is one
Poetic.
clear thing is it's not. Whenever Ivan says it, there's not a hint of poetry to it. There's not a hint of.
That's literal.
Yeah, we don't see that with our
That's why I
insight.
say more
No,
like
I-
scripture. It's more like a matter of fact, almost like a belief, right? It's not said for fluff or for poeticness, but it's almost like a declaration.
Yeah.
Something.
Not with an
It's
8, 6, and 8.
I'm saying even with an 8, it is very clear. Like, that is the clarity.
It's clear, but
So-
I don't think they understand
No.
what you meant.
That's just so for clarity and how I decipher these roles. You don't understand what it means because it's such a scripture-like thing. You don't really understand it because it's like as if it's some sort of thing from a book. If you'd have rolled high, then you would understand what they mean exactly by that. But I'm giving you why you don't understand it, because it sounds like a scripture, but you don't actually understand the passage of the scripture and what it means.
Anyway. I don't mean to be rude or anything, as I'm still like wrestling with Koji or holding Koji, depending on
Koji's gone
if he's
limp.
if he's fighting or not. We're not gonna have to put him down, are we? Like when dogs go rabid.
We need to get that skull off him at the soonest opportunity.
Like I'd rather not. Put him down, not the get the skull off him part.
I have
I'd
no
like to do
intention
that
to
part.
kill Koji.
Okay, good.
Koji taps on your arm, sort of like, yeah, I'm good now.
Hey,
He gives you a thumbs up. I assume I can't speak again.
Right.
okay, and I'll slowly let go.
I pull back out
Hey, poor Scarl.
my notepad for speaking.
I'm curious how this will work. So Agar is going to cast message on Koji. So send spores in and just sort of speak directly into their mind and just be like, does this still work? You talk like this?
It
Brain?
does, Koji.
I do
Yeah.
hear you. I just questioning
Yeah.
if it can hear you too now.
I mean, that's part of the question. Big
Master
scary
Shield
god thing.
actually-
Send a light if send a sign if you can hear me.
I retreat into that mental vision again and sort of look towards the water.
It is still, and you do not see the creature in the water at the moment.
You know,
I-
when things are really irritating and you make things want to go away, whatever you're doing, do you think if you did it and was really annoying, he would want to leave?
Before I respond mentally to Agar, I write down on the paper, I think it would take me before it left. Then
So-
I respond to Agar. I don't think it can hear you. Either that or it's retreated after what happened.
Alright. So, no, Willbert, we will not be teaching you the message spell. Or teaching you how to cultivate rapport spores, but I think Agar looks to the altar and Ivan sort of stabbed it and blood would have obviously dripped out onto the altar. He just sort of waits to see if there's any more rumbling, like in reaction to the shaman from earlier.
Ah, right, from the ritual sacrifice that you just done there.
I mean, to
This
a
was pretty
degree, it
ritual.
is a ritual, but it's definitely not to any.
It almost, particularly if they were sacrificing to their god, it's literally the opposite almost. It's
It's
like a
anti.
sacrifice to keep it away from their god.
It's stealing.
As of right now, no, there isn't. And it's almost as if you're expecting it, and yet maybe everything up till now was simply a coincidence. Surely this, out of all the things, blood on specifically the altar would trigger some sort of reaction, and yet it doesn't. And that only raises more questions.
Right. Let us
Actually-
think for a moment.
Oh, hold on. I haven't. Sorry, Agar, you are holding the wand, right?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so as you're expecting this, absolutely there is something you hear in your mind. Almost as though something has just messaged you, actually, Agar. And you're waiting with bated breath. Like, come on, where's the tremors, where's the rumbles? But no, you hear something in your head, and it sounds like manic laughter. But it's not the usual kind. It almost feels like something more simian.
Hello, Mr. Monkey? Agar says in their brain.
Do I hear that through the message spell?
No.
No, only Agar hears it, and it's almost as though it seems like it's coming straight from that wand, that
No,
you're
I meant,
holding.
do I hear Agar say "Hello, monkey"?
I
You see,
mean,
everybody
potentially.
took the cursed object.
Me and Agar are speaking a game of telephone through the things that are currently haunting us.
Yep.
You can't hear the maw, I can't hear your monkey, but we can hear each other, and it's just like, who the hell are you talking to?
See, what I didn't
It
expect
finds.
was- You go.
Oh, go on,
Sorry.
Ivan. Sorry.
No, I was just saying I didn't expect to have Ivan Dark Determination episode 4.
Ooh.
Whatever that was, Agar, and it sounded incredibly distant. It found the entire situation. The fact that you're like mentioning, like, it's almost like you're stealing from them. It's the reverse. Like they were sacrificing a human, but then instead they get sacrificed on the altar. Whatever that cruel twist of fate or irony, it seems to be hilarious to this little this individual.
I think it was Ivan who rolled really high on religion earlier for the god here, right?
Mm.
Yes, the Arcana.
Yeah.
Ivan, do you in your studies did you ever hear of like a monkey god that is somehow related to the crocodile god? Maybe?
Hmm.
Or just really likes jokes or twists of irony?
Ivan.
Can I roll religion? On this?
Ivan thinks back to his
Yes, Nagiri.
class of Chult culture and history 101. And
Hmm.
2 and 3.
Okay.
I can roll a check if you'd like me to, Chris. I don't know what that would be. Probably religion.
It's religion. It's religion,
I'll
yeah.
make one too. I can hear, I just can't speak.
Koji can.
I don't think.
12 is not a success.
I rolled a
can-
0.
0 is not a success.
I
I
can
mean, I
Um,
suppose
Nagiri,
Agar might
Koji.
as well try rolling.
13 is not a success, I'm afraid.
Nagiri.
An Agar. Okay,
Agar.
go with an 18.
What about 18?
You were the one asking the question, Agar.
Yeah, Agar, as he's asking this question, is like, wait a minute, do I know the answer? Checking with Hive Mind, do any of us know the answer?
Oh, I see. You're not. Yeah, it's not your knowledge. It's a distant
Nope.
knowledge. Wow. Okay. So, Ivan, Koji.
I'd like
I'm
to
just
phone
gonna
a
say.
friend.
I will say Nagiri. Absolutely. You believe a manic simian laughter definitely fits the bill for Malar. For sure. Like Malar, the lesser deity of lycanthropy, for sure. Why they would find this hilarious maybe doesn't quite make sense. There's not any lycanthropy going on here. Not what you can see, at least on the surface.
No.
And so you're not sure why there would be a connection, but that's what you come to the conclusion on with a 3. You're like, it's Malar, right? Like, okay, that perfectly, because Agar, you're describing it as the hive mind, and they're the
Yeah.
ones kind of responding. There is a sort of weft to your thoughts that seem to try and breathe some answers into knowledge. And they themselves speak in the collective as well.
We are not one. We are many. We were many. Before we were many, we were one. And before there were 9, there were 10. When we became many, we were lost. And some have yet still to be found.
Oh, let's just put my mind into a particular place.
And that is in answer to your question of, is there anything to do with a simian and crocodilian god? That is the answer you get to that.
Ooh.
I don't
My-
believe I know any such knowledge, Agar. I apologize. As Ivan is like wiping blood that spurted out over his glasses. He is wiping
Yeah.
it.
Uh,
With a cloth. And he just says calmly, whatever that is within your Koji, I would like to get it out.
I mental message back through message to Agar. I also don't know anything about any simian-like gods. Kind of have my hands full.
yeah, well, your
Fine.
head at least.
Yeah, that's right. I also write down
Right.
to Ivan, don't worry about me, I'll work at this thing. I'm just hungry right now. And not in the soul way, in the actual way.
No, you don't understand, Koji. I don't like it.
Is it normal for people to get inside friends? Are we all going to get inside friends? I'm not sure if I want one.
Koji
Just-
gives Willbert the most incredulous look.
The way you initially phrased that made me think you were going somewhere else with it. Agar just sort of shrugs, looks to the chief, and is like, I know. Hey, let's elicit Serentus back. Hello. I know, Chief, your village is not comfortable with my kind, and even with everything that has happened, I imagine they still will not be comfortable with us, so I will remain here with Nagiri. Koji, it's probably best if you stay here. I know you like to be close to jungle, and this is best nearest place rather than village and a hole.
I mental message back, that was just for that night. Those urges are gone. Right now I just really need to eat something. Living or not.
And little bird, you can choose what you want, but I think Willbert at least should. Well, maybe Willbert and yourself go back to town, have a nice conversation.
Alright.
Agar. And gather up any supplies you think we need. You are good at that, and I will prepare a meal for when you get back.
If there's anything of yours you want, make sure to note it to me. But I should have a good itinerary of most of the equipment that was on the ship.
Yeah, I think honestly, outside my oil and my lantern, I've got all of my stuff back. We could probably do with more rope if rope is available.
Okay.
Okay, looking at my inventory, I have 2 50-feet ropes.
Oh, Maybe
Oh,
not.
I also got
silk rope.
Yeah, silk rope.
I have a silk rope and I've got a hempen rope in my backpack.
Silk rope's
Yes.
a lot more lighter.
Ivan would go with Willbert and the tribespeople back to the tribe.
Yeah, I still have so much of that town to visit. We only really got to stay in the pit
Hey, Agar,
and see the townhouse
Yes.
or whatever.
did you drag the body off the altar?
no. you want that one, you can have it.
Koji does not leave the room as everyone else leaves.
Okay. You can devour the body as everyone leaves if you wish.
He waits until it's like pitch black from everyone leaving, and he can only see the faint torchlight from Agar coming up the stairs.
Sure. At that point, yes, you can devour the body. And as you're chewing into it, biting through flesh, it offers no sustenance whatsoever. It's just feels empty. It feels hollow, like a husk.
Oh no.
I think about halfway through, Koji just stops. As he just senses no urge to continue, really. As it's not filling him up.
Has
Hmm.
Koji got to eat living things to survive now?
One thing that Willbert would notice as we travel is Ivan is quieter than normal. And by that I mean he doesn't say a damn word.
Willbert probably wouldn't even notice.
Okay.
He would probably still be chatterboxing along,
Sure.
like, oh, look at that thing over there. Look at that in the distance. How long do you think till we get off this island if this isn't chill? When are we supposed to go chill? And what's with that door that blocked us in the fort? Oh, do we need to go back there?
The door, yeah.
He's honestly just like full on chatterboxing. Like he probably wouldn't even notice that Ivan's quiet. Ivan's normally not that talkative anyway.
Hmm. Indeed. All right. Then, Koji, are you going with them back to Paku Village?
I am staying here.
Staying here with Nagiri and Agar. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Green boys.
And the green
Yeah,
boys.
the green are staying here.
Team Green. All right, cool.
The tan and orange.
Okay then. In that case, then you can chill here for a bit.
Agar is going to be descaling and dividing the lizard folk into various edible parts and wrapping them for later transport.
Koji is lying face down in the water.
Beautiful. All right.
Ooh,
Where to go
lizard
from
friend.
here? Yes, you want to ask what the lizard friend is?
No, I see lizard friends.
Yes, lizard friend has
Yeah, I've been seeing it.
made its way towards the bedding. There was the nest of eggs, and now that they're empty, the lizard folk has lizard folk. Sorry, the
Yeah,
actual
sure.
lizard. He's a little fella though, sure. A lizard
Little
fella
guy.
has come over, and he seems to be, making a new home for himself, nestling in amongst the reeds and stuff. And maybe there's even something here to munch on. Few insects are like buzzing around inside the what's it called? I don't want to call it hay. It's just like reeds and
Oh, yeah.
plant matter. So he's like licking out some of the bugs that are in here.
Bug.
Oh,
I'll be sitting on the ground next to the nest, letting them do their stuff.
mm-hmm. They munch away for a little while, and they keep you company at least whilst you're reading through here. And Nagiri, I'll come back to you, but you're reading something a little bit disturbing towards the end of this book.
Uh-oh.
It's
And
smudged.
it's not smut, but it is very smudged. Lots of the writing becomes erratic and hard to read, even though you're sure you know how to read Draconic, but you might actually have to cast that Comprehend Languages after all, so I'll come back to you once you finish that spell.
Not mending.
Mending? No,
Restoration?
no. The book is intact. It's not wrong, or it's not damaged. It's just the writing is somewhat Well, crazed. Okay, back to Paku Village real quick then. Alright, I'm back in.
As we get close to the Paku village, Wilbert's like, oh yeah, I should probably tend to my wounds. Someone should. Wait, I'm with a doctor. Do
I
you need to
will.
look at my blood again? Or heal
Can I
me up?
silently just use one of my healing kits to let you use a hit dose?
Sure. You can. You could have also taken a short rest during that time as well, I will say.
Oh, we can do a short rest then.
Wait, short time as
Mhm.
in the cave before they left?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
A short
I'm gonna
rest.
be nice, and I'm gonna give Ivan a patience point.
Nice.
And you know what? Wilbur can get inspiration.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. It's weird. I've never really known that many doctors.
Hmm.
I think I've only ever met one before you.
Okay. You've made your way back to Paku Village. There is joys and weeping from some of the tribesmen and women here as they realize that Zol is safe and unharmed, but then the realization that one of the warriors fell during the battle as well, who joins the other 3 dead. And you see, obviously, Chief Kargoth is still also probably a little bit damaged from the fight, but he's alive. And, you know, he seems to calm his people down before they are too overwhelming and asking questions. And he seems to explain to them in his native tongue what happened, what transpired, and recounts the tale, clearly bigging up you guys as well. At least the ones who made it. Ivan and Wilbert, you're taking all the credit right now, as he sort of says, you know, heroes came, help Paku village, save Zol, and then dispose of lizard folk for good. And yeah, there's a few cheers from the crowd. And even Fizzlefuse is like, hey, hooray! Does that mean we go free now?
I hero pause, pump my fist in the air.
Just hear Carveg sigh. And Dart's like, yeah, can we? And there is a ladder that is dropped down. You see they have clearly earned their trust. And you guys are allowed up and out of this place. Yeah, great. Glad to be out of the hole. So everything went well by the sounds?
Yeah. We dealt with the lizards. Saved
Great.
his son. I got the killing blow. That was cool. But it was a team effort.
Well, that's great news. Great news.
Maybe you can join us next time.
Yeah, I would love that. And you hear another voice from behind you guys saying, glad to see you all in one piece. I was worried you were going to get eaten alive in there. And Raven comes out of the kind of underbrush.
I forgot all of Raven.
Miss Raven, now that there is ground underfoot, are you no longer producing bile on the increase?
Absolutely. That's not to say that I didn't get a little bit queasy when I laid eyes on another ship. A certain Black Spectre. They are still intact. In fact, far more intact than I thought they would be after a wave like that. They're not exactly setting sail anytime soon, but there's enough of it left intact that one day maybe they finish repairs. The thing is I didn't see most of their efforts being concerted on repairs. Sounds like
So-
something else has got Gold Tusk's attention.
Yes,
I
we
tried
have
to track
found-
them. I tried to track them as long as I could through the mountains, and they reached other tribes. And as she says other tribes, you hear Chief Kargoth go, Kagu tribe. Narup tribe. Yes, if that's what they're called.
Do we need to go save them from the pirates?
That's the worrying thing. They didn't look like they were attacking them. More so, they were negotiating.
It appears that there may be some supernatural or valuable item here that they may be after.
Fizzlefuse speaks up and says, if I know Gold Tusk, the word I would use is recruiting.
Oh. Yeah, he's good at that. Although, yeah, normally it's Long John Tim that does the recruiting.
Yeah. Him too. They're very persuasive, aren't they?
Yeah.
Before long, you don't know what you signed up for.
Exactly. And a whole tribe of
repeats probably-
people cleaning the deck? That take no time at all.
Oh my god. You almost hear in Long John Tim's voice as Fizzlefuse repeats it back to you. Just
Come on now, it'll be an adventure. Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Oh, Mr.
We'll make it worth your while.
They give me
yes.
kills.
What do you
I almost-
suggest we do? Do you want to regroup with the others?
There's. We definitely need to regroup. Yes. And that's why I came back as soon as I could. They are marching here soon. Probably finishing off their preparations, but it looked as though they were preparing for a fight. Spears, bows, you name it. They look fierce, and I mean no disrespect to the Paku tribe, but they looked less like hunter-gatherers and more like actually trained warriors.
Is it worth the whole village regrouping?
Or evacuating? Yeah, one of the two. I don't know how we're going to put up a fight against that.
Two tribes and a pirate gang?
And a pirate crew? Yeah, we're outnumbered.
Well, there is something we could do. We have recently cleared out the lizard folk's caves. One, they're far more defensible than all of these huts here. And two, there is already a great deal of traps set up ahead of that cave.
Defensible. As you say that word, Ivan, Kargoth says, the great Nula ruins, they are defensible. They were the last bastion back when the tribes warred. But that was many generations ago.
If that's the ruins we went to, then yeah, I can attest to that. The walls are pretty stable looking still. It was a bit overgrown, but yeah, that was probably actually more defensible than the caves. We got in the caves pretty damn easy. Maybe we go there with all these people. Do you think maybe send Raven to... Raven's pretty quick, right? Send Raven to go get the others?
What others?
You know, Nagiri and...
You left them...
and-
Oh, you left them there. Okay. I mean, yeah, I can do, but I think we've got at least some time. But I suspect with the way they're going and gathering, they'll probably be here within a day. Like less than, maybe. It's hard to say. They're traveling in great number, and
Greater number, the slower you go.
yeah.
Mm.
They had war paint as well, smeared all over their bodies, and they adorned,
What would that do for
skulls
'em?
and stuff. I don't know. Seemed intimidating. Seemed, like I said, ready for war.
Oh,
And,
just the symbolism.
yeah, maybe. The Chief Gargoth says, the tribes have not known war for generations. Why now? This was ancient times.
Pirates are pretty persuasive.
It is true, we are not warriors, but hunter-gatherers, but Haku archers are good aim. You must join me in manning Nula ruins. We would take posts in valleys, vantage points. What say you?
I am not against such things. I'm more of a doctor than I am a warrior, though.
Could help tend wounded, heal ally.
This I have done before. Not the first siege I will be a part of. With that being the case, I think it's probably our best solution unless you wish to use the caves.
Nula Ruins was once mighty stronghold, protecting the only major passage through to the west of the island of Selu from the east. In ancient times of war, Paku tribe, thriving community, with thousands of warriors, would man the fortress, protect the Paku from invading armies.
You think
Fortress
we could,
never fell.
You think we could relocate
Paku?
some of the lizard folk's traps to the path to the fortress?
I was just thinking that.
Well, those traps were pit traps, some of them. I mean, there were a couple of tooth traps as well, to be fair. But the majority of them were those pitfalls, like I mentioned, that dug into the earth. That's not to say you couldn't prepare and make more yourself. Absolutely, yes. So, Chief Kargov says, we make as many preparations as possible. If you want to lay trap, we lay trap.
Then let me retrieve the rest of our gear. Perhaps some of the pirates' own gear had made their way into our potential stores. May be useful.
Alright. Kargov kind of raises his spear and says, Nula Ruins must reignite the former glory and protect the Paku once more. we go through Valley of Three Horns, skeletons. And you see them kind of gathering up their bows, arrows, spears, as many as they can. Probably like, shovels as well.
Rations,
You can
anything
dig
that
up traps.
plus value.
Oh yeah, rations for sure, if you're going to hold out in a siege.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then, if you want, I can take you to the map.
Sure.
How
So we'll
big
be
are-
like going to the cave, grabbing the rest, and then going to the fort. Is that what?
Or you can go
Yeah.
straight to the forts, and
Yep.
Karvik can go to the cave.
Yeah.
You know, the caves are. He's a bit faster than the rest of the group.
Oh yeah, Karvik is the fast one.
Karvik
Yeah,
has,
and he's actually been there, and
Yeah.
Raven
Yeah, that's
hasn't.
true. Yeah. And knows of the
Okay.
traps.
Sure. All right then, Nula Ruins. Let's just slap you down here.
Looking through the gear that's available, what exactly is here?
Okay, so you got most of the stuff from the ship that you were transporting, albeit very heavily damaged now. But if you want more ropes, you've got it. If you want shovels, if you want basic equipment, you can grab that up. Oh my god, something hidden. There we go.
I would grab
Um,
anything of
Spikes.
spikes.
Yeah,
grab-
like spears you can use
Yeah.
for like those pit traps if you really want to make war crimes.
Yes.
Speaking of war crimes, if Nagiri is there, we can make a real war crime.
Okay.
Shit. Is it not self-defense?
It's viper traps.
Self-defense war crime.
Debatable.
So if you have those pit traps and then you fill them up with pit
Spikes,
viper.
yep. Oh, that too, yeah.
The snakes. Yeah.
Snakes.
Oh my god. You can charm them into going into the pit, and then yeah.
No, what do you mean charm? No, I asked them.
You asked them,
yeah.
politely.
And then they come along, they fall into the snake pit, they get bitten, poisoned, everything. Ah, that's
God,
so
that's pretty
good.
brutal.
Yeah, that's what
All
we
right,
do.
let's
We-
make...
This dirt patch right in front of the stairs here.
Oh god.
Isn't one of the first things we did while entering the temple is slip and fall into a pit viper trap?
Yeah, that was down here though.
Yeah.
And as we enter, everyone just sees the painted on the painted bit on the wall that says I think it was the Nagiri Knights were here.
Oh
because
no,
it was-
you defaced their ancient ruins.
Because I put that there so if the other half of the party came across the ruins, they would know we're here.
God damn it. Of course you did.
And then I thought we were
Alright.
going to stay here, and we didn't.
Alright, let me just position some of the archers on the walls, as you can see.
Right here.
Looking pretty good.
I mean, it might have been washed off by now. It looks like it's been raining quite a bit.
No.
It does. And it has. Alright. Then, yeah, you want to dig a hole out here? You sure can.
Yeah, why not?
Ivan is
Okay.
probably, if we will have time, it's probably better I spend time resting. Than digging.
1 second. Before we get back to Koji and Agar. This is Willbert trying this idea, right? Who's digging the hole?
I'd gather. I'm
Yeah,
quite athletic, so I'd gather help and whatnot.
Agar will wild shape into something that is better at digging than they are.
Okay, well, in that case, we better jump back to the Lizardfolk tunnels real quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
Well,
you're
they-
not here
I
yet.
thought-
They're getting here and Karvik's grabbing you. Okay, Karvik. Oh no. The book. Okay, Nagiri, you're reading into this. Like I mentioned, there is some crazed writing that goes completely off script, it seems. And you're using it is draconic at first, then it starts to become completely illegible. And you can give me either investigation check, or you can cast comprehend languages to try and decipher what it actually says.
I'd spend 10 minutes to cast comprehend languages.
Okay. In that case, then it is way older language than what you've really recognized at this point. You don't know what language it is. That's the funny thing. No idea what it actually is, and yet for some reason your magic allows you to sort of slowly translate it and pull it back into the modern day and realize what it is. The scratchings become chaotic. Draconic already is kind of like these, they're almost made to look like claw marks. And they continue that sort of style where something has used claws to scratch around and make these markings, but they don't look anything like the very kind of straight and uniform nature of Draconic. Instead, they've gone just all over the place. They're not sticking to lines or borders. They're scratching across the page, in some cases maybe actually like ripping it, but the rips aren't things to be mended. The rips are part of the language. The fact that there is meaning behind the tears means that if you had cast mending, it would be deleting the language effectively. Yeah, it is pretty wild, but that, however, doesn't help you much when you realize that the actual words that are written are just unhinged. I'll give you maybe some excerpts of, like,
and then volcano will kill everyone. It will kill all, burn many, but unless sacrifice, yes. Many must die to save many more. Big fire, burn. You don't want that, no.
and it's like just almost as if it's talking back at the person who's writing this down. The language goes from like talking about their religion, talking about what they believe in, as to what the breeder is talking about, and suddenly just goes off the rails and completely insane. And I will ask still, can you give me that investigation check? Yes, because there might be something through. There's something repeated throughout here, but you can't translate it because it's not a word, and so you don't know what it is, but it's repeated many times. Maybe it's like a stamp or a...
Oh, I was thinking a name, but...
Could be a name, you're right. Could well be a name, but you're not sure.
Names don't really translate well.
They don't. They really don't. And that's why just what you're seeing is...
nonsense.
Let's see, hold on. Let me check.
This is some primal deity of madness.
Pepe Sylvia.
It's not Pepe Sylvia.
It's close though. It's
Whole book is
close.
Pepe Sylvia.
Pepe Silvia is much more about like there's reason behind the madness, right? As in someone's put something together. This is more dismantling. This is more like something has gone in and deliberately screwed it up. I will say the only thing you can make out is I won't say what it is aloud, but it looks like a swirl. Like, oh my god, how do I describe this?
Drawing.
It's something clawed, right? So like this, and like this. I don't know if you can see that pretty clearly.
Wait,
Maybe
where is it?
Let's do it out. Let's do it outside because there's more room.
What map are you on?
We're back on the lizard folk tunnels.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
you
I'm still on
brought you
Ruins.
brought us to the temple.
Okay, back to the lizard folk tunnels you come then.
Okay, where are you?
Oh, I see the scribbles.
Oh, there are the scribbles. Let's create lights near the scribbles.
There you go, something like that. You just really no clue what it is, but you see this repeated scribbles. They really are like a swirly, scribbly kind of shape. You see that relatively common, like often. And because you roll a 3, you have no idea what it means, what it could be, but it doesn't. Your comprehend languages doesn't give you a meaning to it. It's not a word, so
Yeah.
yeah, you could be right. It might be a name, but regardless, what else does it sort of say? Stuff like yeah. There's almost this convincing sort of thing to it, like, you don't want fire burn, no, you don't want burn, so you must kill to stop burn. Like it literally says laughter, like lol.
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous it is. It's like literally like ha 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 ha, but in whatever ancient language this is.
And you find it weird that my immediate reaction was, hey, is this some Malar bullshit? Because Malar is similarly chaotic.
Very chaotic. Whatever this is,
Ugh.
it's so much chaos. You get banana if you follow.
I so badly want to say it. The scribble you drew looks like a upside down angry octopus.
It's funny that you mention upside down, but that's all I'm gonna say. You can't tell which way the page is meant to be, but it could be
Wait, was
upside
I
down.
right on something?
Yeah.
It looked like a face at the bottom. It was like.
It was upside down, and it might have been a face, but it's so crude and it's so like scribbled and scratched that it really is hard to make out.
I'm glad my ADHD is stronger than comprehend languages.
That's impressive. Well, yeah. And it just says like, you trust, and then that picture, and then it's like that picture again. Give you monkey if you do good.
Give you monkey?
And then it says, monkey like banana? Question mark. Lizard folk like banana too. You more monkey than lizard folk. It's so
Are you talking
strange.
to me?
Why is Sun Wukong here?
It does feel like it is talking directly to you, Nagiri, like from the page almost.
It
And
turns
yet-
into that book from Harry Potter, the diary that speaks back.
Tom Riddle's diary.
It can only
Yeah.
be the work of a madman. And no, you don't physically hear them, but it does look like the page is talking to you. But that doesn't make sense because this person would have been writing this or clawing it into the page themselves. And it's clear that that shaman was not right of mind by the looks. At least by the end of it. And honestly, by the end, it does trail off into just strangeness.
Okay, but just to be clear, there when I ask the book, nothing happens. There's no new writing in there. Or I don't discover any new writing in there after. Okay.
No, afraid not. Nor do you hear any weird supernatural voices.
Nor do you find the 7th Horcrux.
The only thing you do notice, Nagiri, is that the little lizard seems to have disappeared from the nest. Well, you didn't see it. You didn't see it like wander off. If you've been sat here, you just can't see it anymore.
Bye, little guy.
Maybe its tail was just barely sticking out. I don't know if you can see that on your screen.
Oh, I can see the still. Yeah.
Okay. You just see the tail disappear.
Hello?
You're heading over to the nest, Nagiri? Yeah. Give me a perception check.
This one.
Yeah.
I'm having a bad roll today.
Right, yeah, pretty bad. You're moving around some of the what's it called? The reeds and plant growth, and just doesn't seem to be any lizard in here anymore. It's just they're gone. They have disappeared. You can't find them anywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna do the bad player thing. Hey, Noodle, have you seen the lizard go somewhere?
Okay, you're gonna send Noodle in after them. Okay. Uh-oh. If Noodle says, if what you're asking me is to go hunt a lizard?
No. I'm just curious where he went, not hunt.
You're gonna have to be more specific. I only really respond to several commands, and hunt is definitely one of them.
Explore?
Explore? What is explore?
Look around.
Look, I can look.
Looks around, left and right.
Okay.
You can maybe give me a persuasion check. It's like clearly it wants something in return, though. That much is clear.
Noodle like a Google, just being like, "Hey, Noodle, look for lizard."
18's much better.
All right. Noodles will find, but not kill. But I want something else in return. Maybe one of those eggs, you know? Just the one. You still got 2 left.
No, not the eggs.
Oh.
But I can ask Agar if they can give you treats.
Treats?
With the promise of treat, you see the small constrictor snake slither into the pile of undergrowth and reeds, and they too disappear. A moment later, they seem to emerge back out of the reeds again. And they say, Oh, Nagiri's going to be happy with Noodle. Oh, yes. Noodle found a hole.
There's a
Slithered on
oh.
through. A whole nother
Agar.
room in there.
Do you have tasty treats for Noodle?
Agar, we have some raw lizard folk meat.
Raw lizard folk meat.
I think Noodle likes that.
Yes.
It's slightly salted. Because Agar's probably in the process of salt preserving the meat.
Okay, yeah, they will happily gulp down something there.
Yep. I have no idea how much rations I'm getting from 1, 2, 3, 4 regular lizard folk and a giant lizard
nor
folk.
am I. Nor am I. That's too much. You're set for the campaign.
Go into the logistics.
Chris has immediately abandoned the lack of rations problem.
Apparently so.
Because we have a chef.
Good lord. I'll have to ask you to roll some cooking in a minute. But Nagiri Noodle is small enough to fit through this hole. And after they've chewed down their treat, they say, "Oh, yes, there's something in there. Definitely. Some loose dirt. Loose dirt and
Cool.
Lizard seems to be trying to get to treasure before you."
Treasure? Let's see.
Nagiri, you're gonna have to take some time to move away all these reeds,
Move this
which is
JPEG.
probably by the time. Yes, exactly. By that point, though, Karvik has showed up and says, "Nagiri, Agar, Koji, it's time to go. We got Haku village needs help. They're going to be under attack. Back to Nula ruins."
Oh, the ruins.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that Ivan mentioned the ruins when he was flying.
I write down my paper. Wait, what are they under attack from? Also,
Of the
I
tribes.
can't speak.
Oh god.
In case you're
Yeah.
wondering, Korvac, the skull, it hungry, scribbles that out and rewrites it.
Also, we're here to collect traps. So, gather what you can.
Well, there might be stuff behind this wall. Apparently, the lizard folk hide something here.
A lizard folk. And they're not known for buried treasure, but sure. Don't be late.
We will
Otherwise, I'll have to
see.
explain that you're digging around in the dirt.
We will see
Anyway.
you at ruins.
All right. You see him going out to gather up some of the spears, the traps, and such. Go ahead.
Anyway.
Just Koji, you can give me a perception check now as well.
Oh, I was gonna
Since
help
you're-
them break the wall.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I actually have
Break
an
it.
idea. Can I
Break
go
it.
up to this room, grab this morning star, and use that?
Yeah,
for
actually,
some-
there's a big old club.
It looks metal,
do
so I
that.
assume it's something metal like.
Mm-hmm. Yep, sure. You hit again and again, and you start to feel the wall is weakening. It's not as solid cave wall as the rest of this place. The other tunnels are like solid rock. This is kind of more like loose dirt, which is probably why they set the eggs here and nestled them, because it's more, yeah, they're softer dirt. It's muddy. Anyway, you smash through it eventually, and cracking open that hole to it till it becomes a large enough entrance, you do see into the chamber below. Should be able to. Yep. There you go. There's a set of stairs. Agar's come over with a torch so people can see. Beautiful. Look at his teamwork.
No,
And-
not the lights.
Oh no, the light. The lizard suddenly skitters away into the
Oh.
corner.
Sorry,
Um,
little lizard.
And there looks to be some more loose dirt, but this time there's a corner of something sticking out of it. Looks wooden and square.
Ooh. Brush away the dirt to see what's underneath. What's this
It looks
wooden
like
square
the-
thingy?
It does look like the corner of a chest stuck out of the earth. But either due to, I don't know, some sort of curious lizard who's dug up the corner, it seems like
Aw.
it's exposed.
Ooh.
Can we add the lizard to our party?
Maybe. You have tools to dig it up, I'm assuming, or you can ask Karvik to come. Oh, Agar can just use a wild shape and dig it up.
Oh,
Would
it's
you like?
actually buried.
Yes,
Uh,
actually buried in the dirt. Yeah.
Real buried
Perfect.
chest.
There's a
Didn't
crate
Karvik-
stuck.
I'm busy. You can hear him as you hear a tooth trap probably go snap. And he goes, ah! Caught a finger.
You're better at this than we are.
Roll me another persuasion check.
Is that a rat?
Badger. Should be a giant
Oh.
badger, but
Oh my god. He's a tiny
That
bit.
also works. Persuasion is the
Look at him. He's so cute. Tiny.
tiny badger. Isn't that medium size?
Palm sized.
no, giant badger is. But for some reason, that I didn't
Oh.
have the option for giant badger. You had regular
that's-
badger,
Only
but they have a
regular
burrow
badger.
speed.
All
Baby
that
badger.
7 foot plus lizard folk just turns into like a handheld badger. It's just like where did lizard go?
Pygmy badger. Okay. Right.
Pig.
Karvik comes in
The
just as
rare
you
pygmy giant badger.
just as you dig up the chest. Karvik's like, like raises his arms as he goes back. He's got like a tooth trap, like
You guys
snapped
wanna
around
see
one
what's
finger.
in there?
Yes, actually. hidden booty. Now we're talking. Okay, God. Inside here, then, we've got some.
I mentioned
Goodies
that it's
for
a turn
you.
something that doesn't have like. Okay, I turned something
Right.
with 3 HP. At least
Hey,
because I
so-
turned to a regular badger.
Don't worry.
It's
Wild
true.
shape doesn't give you the HP of the badger.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'll let all three of you roll a D100 because there are some trinkets in here.
Let's find out what the green gang stumbled upon.
The green game.
Even all our dice are green.
Oh my god.
78.
6
Like a-
and 4.
Or
Who's such low rolls? That's crazy.
wait,
Like
does
below 10 rolls.
Korvac get to roll?
No.
Yeah, that's the player. you've got the player in front of you. Right, what do we get number wise?
We got a 4,
Um,
a 6, and 78.
4? Okay, there is a Tyrannosaurus tooth the size of your hand. That's insane. That's cool. That's number 4, by the way.
Let's go.
Yippee! More bones for the lizard.
Yeah, this thing's massive. Can only be from a gigantic apex predator. And then, what was the next one?
6.
6.
6. Oh, God. A shrunken tabaxi head? It's pretty freaky.
It better not
That's no lie.
be formed after a snow leopard like.
Oh, I was gonna
God.
say it's one of Soul's many. It's one of fucking PL's many dead bodies.
Pretty freaked up. No, that's strange. Why they would keep it this in here, I'm not sure. But and then what was the last one?
78.
That's 78. Okay.
It's a midnight snack. It's Agar's badger form of the...
Oh yeah, you
It's a
can talk
They-
now.
cheese.
A featureless doll made of burlap, twine, and human hair. Bizarre. That's like a almost like
Is
a
there a voodoo doll?
strange. Could be, but you're not sure whose human hair this is. What else? Okay. Other than that, there is a small tooth dagger in here as well. Probably actually that, since it's the Tyrannosaurus tooth you just found, probably combine the two and say that this is a dagger, but it's made out of a Tyrannosaurus tooth. And yeah, it's got like a small hilt on it as well, Koji, that would be...
Like the
That
root
would
of the
be-
tooth got turned into a handle.
Mm-hmm, yes. Not sure how they attached
That's
it.
what I actually should have been.
Okay. What the...
Oh, you changed away and the torch vanished.
Yeah, you swallowed the torch as you wild-shaped, it seems.
You ate it.
Somehow. I'll just put some light back here. Excuse me. Right. Yeah. So it is a dagger, but you can figure out those properties a little bit later. And of course, there is a truckload of gold, but it's more silver than gold for the most part. I'm just going to roll 3d10 here. So that's the gold. 22 gold. No, it isn't. It's 22 plus 20. Okay, so you got 42 gold in here. And then D100.
If I...
25. There's 75 silver as well. I'll write that down. 42 gold, 75 silver. Stashed away in here, along with that bone tooth dagger and the strange assortment of trinkets that they were keeping in here. Carveg's just like, whose buried treasure is this? I don't even recognize the mint.
Maybe it's from
And
the
yeah.
people that lived here before the lizard folk?
I write down on the... I don't need to preface I'm writing down on the paper anymore. Can I keep the dagger?
Yeah, I don't think either of those two use daggers that often. So yeah, absolutely. Makes sense to you.
I got
You
a
would keep
dagger
it?
already.
Yeah.
I've got a normal dagger, now I've got a cooler dagger.
Okay,
Yeah. Tyrannosaurus tooth dagger, of all things.
split up the
Showing
money.
us off when we get back to Port Manzara.
Yep.
Okay, that would be 14 gold each and 25 silver each.
Yep.
Nice. We love divisible numbers.
25 silver each?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The lizard comes over for their cut.
I mean, I'm obliged.
Yeah.
I give the lizard a gold.
Damn. Okay. No, I don't think he wants gold, but he probably
Does he want a
nibbles on.
silver?
That's what he wants.
I'm gonna
Silver.
give the lizard headpats.
I actually
Give him headbats.
I
That's
reach into my
fine.
bag and pull out one of my rations. It's like
Oh, wow.
bread jerky-ish bread stuff.
Yeah, a whole ration. That'll keep this guy fed for a week. Love it. He snatches it after the head
Aw.
pats, and then rushes off. Cool.
That's my goat.
I just write down.
Right, we
There we
should
go.
head back and go to ruins. Mm.
Is that the badger talking? And yes,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
you can.
that's Agar.
Back to the Netherlands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any stuff you need
Yeah.
to do, Scarvac?
I picked up all these tooth traps, and he's
Okay.
like holding them up. So,
One still stuck to his arm.
all right, you are back, and Willbert, you were shoveling up some dirt and making some traps as well. Seems
Yeah,
like the
with any
team's
of the-
arrived.
Have any of the tribesmen that want to help? Or a guy was
Yeah.
mentioning about potentially wild shaping.
Yeah, you can do that too.
I mean,
though,
if it takes me less than an hour to get here, I would still be wild shaped.
then yeah, you got time.
Corvette
Actually,
can pick you
okay.
up and carry you through the jungle.
Number
then-
of hours equals half here, so.
Yeah, and then we have
Uh,
Nagiri speak to some snakes, and then we cover the it up with some bushes or something. I don't know how to make traps. That's why we have people who can make traps around here.
Mhm.
Someone said dig a
those-
pit, and I dig a pit.
Yeah, so those who are going to try and dig a pit, I need you to roll a survival because a lot of this stuff is stone.
That's why I was like going for in between the stairs. Yeah, I'm
Which
proficient. in-
Wilbert's.
I'm proficient in
Wow.
survival. I am.
Well done, Wilbur. That's a 20. That's a success. Wilbur's absolutely right. And this is the only viable place to put a pit if you're talking about like a straight shot to the entrance there. Yeah, this is where you could make one for sure. At the top of the stairs, there's a gap of dirt. So yeah, we'll say that's where the pit is. Okay. Tooth traps.
Tooth traps. I thought we were putting the snakes in.
Yeah,
Correct,
you can put those in.
spears.
Tooth traps are like bear traps, basically. They're like hunting
Oh.
traps.
Oh, okay.
They use teeth instead of the usual metallic spikes.
What about all those spare spears that were littered about the arena?
Yeah, you can use
That's what
those
Scarvac
however
used
you
or
feel.
picked up.
We're just making a sharp hole.
A sharp hole infested with snake.
Well, then what if the snakes get in
That's-
the teeth trap?
What?
They don't deserve that.
No, they'll be like slithering around
Mhm.
bikes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Because if the spikes don't kill them,
Yeah, the spikes
The
don't kill, the
poisonous
snakes
spikes.
will.
Yeah.
Well-
okay, cool.
But the teeth traps would get you by the... Why don't we use the teeth traps in places we can't dig a hole?
Exactly. Yeah, we put them like elsewhere.
Yeah. Where would you like to put the tooth traps?
Where else
And
would
a
we?
hunting trap takes your action to set. It is a dex save 13. On a failed save, they take 1d4 piercing damage and stop moving.
Why don't we
Yeah.
put them in the brambles here? Because I can see like vines on the pathway. Hide them in the vines.
Those vines are creepers that are hanging from the top of this
Okay.
little archway.
I'd say put them
I
like
mean,
here and
I-
here
is
just
there
to
a-
prevent
is
them
there-
from going other direction.
how many do we have?
That is a good question. I will say, why don't you let Karvik roll a survival check, since he was the one gathering them up.
Survival.
Yes. Mm-hmm. What did you get? 6, 9 plus
that's a
6,
9 plus 15.
15.
15. Okay. All right. If that's the case, give me. Was it 1, 2, 3? Yeah, give me a D10.
Ooh.
You have 9 hunting traps.
Nice.
Yeah. Is there enough coverage to like hide some on the other sides of the pit?
Sure. That would be if you're going to like cover them. You say like you want to put like foliage or something over them, just hide them.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking
Yeah.
if they see the pit or they fall for the pit, then others come, then they'll try to avoid the pit and then they'll walk into the hunting traps.
That's
Fair.
a good point.
Agar, if that's something you want to heading up, you can give me the check to sort of hide them.
Okay.
Probably
I
be
guess
a survival.
I could help in hiding them. So would that mean I roll or give him advantage?
You can, if you've got survival, yeah, you can give Agar straight up advantage.
1 second. Let me double check because I'm pretty sure I have expertise. Yes. So I might make the roll
Yeah.
myself actually.
Yeah, make a roll yourself. I'll
Alright.
hide on
I'm gonna
one
roll a
side, you
1.
hide on the other.
I rolled a nat
Holy.
20.
Oh my god.
God damn. That's
Damn.
good. All right, there we go. That's the roll that really mad because that is so well hidden. You're actually worried that you might step onto them yourself at this point. So you just freeze up Agar and just don't
Yeah, I
move.
guess it's like
Just slowly back away.
There's no way in hell they're ever going to spot these. So you can place them wherever you want.
I just remembered something evil.
Use the drawing tools to sort of place them on a 5 foot
What if we
square.
Home Alone this?
That's
What if-
basically
you know,
what
like
we're
how
doing.
You know how they walk over here?
You know, it is kind of funny.
What if we
If any
attach
of you-
rope?
If any of you want to lift something very heavy up, I do have a block and tackle. If we want to use something like a pendulum.
God.
Good lord, that
I'm
is,
gonna
that
remake
is
the
getting home
log
alone.
trap from Star Wars that crushes one of the AT-ATs.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar. Like if we put some on these walls with ropes attached, maybe they'll walk through and knock the spike traps onto their heads.
Oh,
Jesus. Remember when Willbert had 0 kills and he like killed something for the first time last session?
Sorry, that was more of a Jamey comment, but like,
All right, I got an idea. What's your idea, Willbert? We're gonna put blenders on the rafters, and when they walk through them, the blenders fall on their heads. What the fuck?
I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
It's kind
I
of
thought you worked on a
funny.
farm.
It's kind of funny. I do have a bag of ball bearings as well.
Oh, make them trip.
Put the ball bearings right behind the pit, so if they slip on the ball
Oh.
bearings, they fall backwards down the stairs into the pit.
Yes.
Bloody hell.
That's so mean. And I
What
love
they're
it.
suggesting is we go all in on pit.
All in on pit, yeah.
Well, we have
Yes.
like a million archers that are gonna be like able to shoot people before they even get to the pit. And the second they're past the pit, they have to deal with the very hungry.
I would like to
Saurians.
point out that this map is very. I don't think that they're going to be all coming from this side. I feel like we have
But there's
leeway
walls
on-
from everywhere
This-
else.
Paku village is to west.
Okay, so they're you
Kagu, Kagu and Narup are from
Also-
east.
These are all
So-
walls.
So what side do you think they will come from? You know this land better than us.
The east side is blocked.
But it's true. It has been sealed for generations. Not even my father knows war. But that's when Raven speaks up. He's already found a nice vantage point and says, "Oh, yeah, okay, about that. So there is clearly some sort of plan. I'm not sure what their plan is, but they were marching nonetheless. Now, if your sealed wall here is anything to testify by, it's going to stop troops on the floor. That doesn't account for what I saw Captain Goldtusk writing. Yeah, I don't know how, but he somehow befriended a Triceratops.
What? That was our idea.
Well,
Wait,
so
Willbert
mad
just
right now.
absolutely gets like, that motherfucker.
Wait, so they
They're
can be
try.
ridden. You can ride the big cows, and you all told me it wasn't possible.
I'm gonna kill the
It is-
bastards.
It is possible. The Narop tribe, they are deep spiritualists and one with nature. They have magics that charm and befriend the beasts of the land.
Ah,
Well. Oh,
maybe I
speak.
can learn that.
I don't have to do Koji's accent. I write down maybe Nagiri can undo charms somehow? He charmed snakes before, apparently. I wasn't there.
No, I befriend snakes, but I can undo the charm.
Undo the charm of the thing he's riding and it'll just flick him off.
Yeah, it's called sleep.
As I said, I'm a doctor. I don't know exactly how helpful I am in the situation.
Oh, yeah, it's Triceratops. They're in the plains of the Triceratops, so they're coming from the west. The two tribes, they're coming from the east. So,
But the east is the mountain.
yeah, and it's blocked by this huge door, which I assume leads to a tunnel, yes?
Perhaps we
Kargov
should.
kind of nods.
Perhaps we
Put some
should
traps.
consider some traps by that door.
Yeah.
Yes, that seems wise.
We should put some more traps. At least 2 more over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other 5 can go to the door. Or yeah, we should only
So-
have 6 more.
You should have 9. You've got 9 in total, so you want to place some like
Yeah, stuff like that,
just-
yeah.
Yar.
Yeah. What do you
Can
want these
we-
others?
Can we, with these things up top, could we strap some spears pointing downward towards the door like a reverse punji pit, where if they run and they don't crawl, they're going to run right into spears?
Yeah, you mean like a stake barricade?
Yes, but yes.
Yeah,
I-
you can if you could. Obviously, you'd want to. That's what a spear is also great for. You can brace it against the ground and use it to stop a cavalry charge. But if you want to try and affix them so that they're like in a wall of spikes, if they say came through the door, yeah, there is sort of a flat surface here at the back of this shrine-like statue. Though, how you affix them is it's a question of survival, I guess. Survival tricks and
Using the creeper vines.
Yeah, everything's overgrown.
there's vines you can definitely use. You got rope. I'm just trying to picture it. You want to have these as like either horizontal or diagonally facing spears.
Yes, I was kind of thinking downwards from these upper like slats, like diagonal, rather than so like it's forcing them down instead of forcing them trying
I
to
see.
climb over, basically forcing them to go prone to avoid them and thus
I
belly.
see. Okay. And you want to tie them against the rafters, right? Yeah. I'll say that someone who wants to do that can also give me a survival check. It shouldn't be too hard, but they don't want to be jostling about. They want to be enough that they can't just swipe them off the top and knock them loose. They probably can attack them and chop the ends off, but that'll be just as much time wasted as it is going prone and crawling through. So either way, it's buying you time.
I mean,
And if they do just recklessly charge in, they will just get stabbed instead.
How much, with the time we have, how much acid could I make?
It's not an action to make acid, that's for sure. So it's a flask of acid you want to make, like a single flask.
It's just an option in the list in alchemy supplies of things you can craft with it.
Yeah, okay. It's 25 gold worth normally, which is about the same as a healing potion, isn't it? Oh shit!
Mm.
I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Hold on.
Chris, you wanted to speak?
Yes.
Yeah, Chris, what did you have
I
to
want to
say?
know how much you could make two in a day. They're just going off the gold cost of a potion, which takes normally 24 hours. If an acid flask is half that, then 2 in 24 hour, or a long rest, we'll call it 2 over the course of a. Is that right? Workday? Oh no, workday is like 24 hours.
Workday is
Still.
8 hours.
Okay then. Yeah, you can make 2, but that's as far as you get, and that's with the ingredients as well.
I'm just trying to think of something I can do because I am not the one to make survival checks.
Mm-hmm.
There's
You
that.
can use
I mean-
your alchemical tools to roll for that and see how it gets.
The alternative
You do
is
have
I'm-
some of the stuff you salvaged from, like I say, they had some stuff they salvaged from
Mhm.
there. So you could use your alchemical tools to roll for that and see if you get 2 flasks, but you're not going to be able to make a fucking vat of acid, that's for sure.
I'll put the sticks up unless Koji, you doing that?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we have a day.
Approximate.
Approximate, yeah.
Do you think there's enough time to just straight up cut down a tree and makeshift the log as some sort of sharp barricade in front of the door at the back?
Sure.
Okay.
You could do
Can I
that.
get Carvac's help with this? Does Carvac have survival?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they do.
I believe Carvac has expertise in survival.
Hey, I do too. So can I roll survival with advantage to work on that?
Karvik is sort of setting up a lot of the tooth traps.
Oh,
Oh, he's busy. Okay.
I'll let you roll it. Just flat.
who else can help with this right now? Because if Carvac's doing the tooth traps, who else is free?
I'll do the sticks that Ivan wanted to put up near
Yeah.
the door.
Oh, I was gonna incorporate that into it. Just sort of make a barricade with
Oh.
a bunch of sticks pointing forward
Yeah.
towards the door.
I think in terms of us each doing something, the only person who hasn't, apart from convincing snakes to go in the pit, would be Nagiri.
Nagiri, we're getting to. They are doing something right now.
Oh,
It's-
Nagiri has your own thing. Okay, then I'll just roll survival straight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on. No whammies. It was a whammy.
An 11. Okay. So you cut down the tree. It takes a long ass time. That's one thing. And then you're just using the log as just a sort of a heavy object that you can just put down in front of the doorway, right?
A mixture of that and sort of like cutting some parts if I can to effectively just brace it against some of the stone pillars. So it's not gonna
Mhm.
move or roll. And then just essentially cutting holes and putting sharp sticks in all in it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you
We will
making
say
a
that you do
chair
this.
on the door? Are you bracing a chair against the door, but the chair's a big log?
I don't know.
I could do
Will
that
it-
too.
Wait. We'll say you've done it, right? For what you envision, you've done what you envision, okay? The
It is
11 isn't forgotten. It is pretty bad. But what you envisioned is what you've built. A log with spikes sticking out of it. It's heavy. It's in front of the door. It looks, for
It's
all
not
intents and
directly-
purposes, like it would stop any kind of approach.
I just want it crammed between two pillars so that it's effectively, we can't move this. We do, in fact, have to get over it.
Fair enough. That is what it. That's what it does. You
Alex-
can't get over it.
I'll excuse my leaven is that Koji is currently in the state of starving.
Oh, there's no reason. Don't worry. There's a reason why. This is still an 11 and still a failure. But you do what you wanted. It's absolutely. There's nothing stopping you from doing this. It's in the same vein like how the tooth traps can be very well placed but not very well hidden, so they just avoid them, right? But you got 25 on that. That's definitely they're going to be running into some of those.
Invisible.
Yeah, the same with the pit trap. It wasn't that you failed digging a
hole.
pit trap. Anyone can dig a hole. It's just the positioning of the hole and where you like. If you would have failed that, it'd have been like everything turns out that it's just stone all in here. Like you try to dig down and it's like you hit stone. So you'll see why that 11 is a fail later. But you absolutely have made a log. It stops anyone from getting through. It's filled with the brim of spikes. It's all good. It's all there. Right. Quick one with Nagiri. You want to try and get some. Are you whispering that deliberately for a reason, or you want to keep that a secret?
It's more that I don't want it to be too obstructive to the group, but I want to see if I could ask the snakes to produce poison for me.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I think this is, weirdly enough, a persuasion check. I didn't expect this one to be rolled in terms of preparation. But yes, you can.
So Nagiri is milking snakes.
Yeah.
Good
He's
to know.
milking snakes.
I was gonna say that, but you beat me to it. Also, if you had said this out loud, I literally might have abandoned my log thing and helped you instead milk the snakes for poison.
That's 18.
It looks like they are willing, more than happy to give up some of their poison. Nagiri really has a way with these snakes. And,
They love to be milked. Those snakes
they-
do love to be milked.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah,
Gary knows his way around a long, milkable
It's
object.
What
what's the
is
word?
happening?
It's strangely soothing. It's helping them relieve stress and tension.
What?
No, not that kind of poison.
No.
He's just massaging the snakes like, so, how's your day?
Okay. So poisonous snakes, they give you about
they have a cigarette afterwards.
is it D6 of poison? Oh my gosh. Please.
Was good for you.
So, there's enough venom to get a what was it? Basic poison is only 1d4, but you can coat a weapon, lasts for a minute. I think that's what this is equivalent to, but when you look at just a regular poison snake, it's a d6. So I will say it's a d6 of basic poison, which means yeah.
Is there there's a save involved for that shit, right?
No, you just
no save.
apply it to an ammunition or weapon, which does piercing or slashing damage, and it does an extra d6 poison damage
Ooh.
for 3 pieces of ammunition or 1 swing, right? Lasts a minute. Or until it deals damage, whichever comes first.
Ooh.
And as for how many you got, with an 18, what was I gonna... I'm gonna say, wow, poison... You can get 2 vials as well. There's a lot of snakes in that pit.
Vials.
But this is everything you're doing. Like, this is your whole day spent milking snakes, and you've got 2 basic poisons, which do a d6 instead of a d4.
You've seen
Oh,
Nagiri
damn.
disappear around a rock, and he's like, comes back at the end of the day. It's like, hey Nagiri, what were you doing? Ah, busy. Was getting some poison. Okay, do you mind helping with this? Now my hands are sore. We're just like,
Rubbing his arm because his arm's aching.
That hurt.
think,
Yeah, I'm sorry, my arm was aching, but I got plenty. You're just holding like a vial of something we can't quite see. And it's like, okay, we're not asking.
Right, we
you
should
to know what
stop.
you did.
Right, the
Oh,
Joker's like extends welcome.
You're milking it now.
Alternatively
it's
to
over milk.
Alternatively to 2 vials of acid, I could create 50 spaces worth of oil.
We could set my spike log on fire.
The fuck are
Or
you
the whole
chatting?
forest.
50 spaces of what?
You said
We can
50
make
GP's
napalm.
worth of item, which is the equivalent of a healing potion. The
That
oil
was a rough estimate. That was literally because there isn't rules for it, so I was going based off of what it takes to make a potion. But it doesn't
Yes.
mean you can't make 50 golds worth of stuff. That's not how that works.
But Chris, we want to make napalm.
Yeah.
Just
God damn, Jesus.
set everything on fire.
We want to recreate Vietnam. Come on.
Wow.
I mean, we are in the jungle.
Oh no, no.
What is the necrotic damage that Ivan does, but just Agent Orange?
I'm just trying to look
Anyway.
at what I can do because I don't know if I'm happy making acid.
Oops.
I don't know if I'm happy doing.
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
So, whilst looking that, Ivan wanted to hang like spikes from the ceiling here, right?
Oh yes, you did, yeah.
But
Go ahead
wanted
and roll
someone
that.
else to roll. I will roll it for them.
Yes.
Roll. That is terrible. They are really
Yeah.
bad.
Did-
I'll give you
Did you
my
get,
inspiration for that.
Okay.
Okay. Since
I
it was
will
Ivan's
reroll.
idea.
He is being very patient.
Wow. It's
1
better.
minute.
Better.
Okay.
How long does the heroic inspiration?
Until it's
When you-
used.
Those
Yeah.
used-
Oh, just
Yeah, until it's used.
until used. Oh, so I could just cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just be pumping that out every time you can.
There,
Okay.
I am not I am not very good at knots.
They are aimed down this way, right?
Yep.
Okay. They are attached. You've roped them up. They're a little bit flimsy, you got to admit. And you're hoping that the angle is going to be effective. But yeah,
Ivan will be
you're not sure.
speaking in
Just
Draconic to Agar and just say calmly, is there a reason we need to be protecting these?
Sin the people?
Mm-hmm.
Not particularly, I guess. If it comes down to it, I think I've gone into accent yet. If it comes down to it, I think us surviving is more important than them surviving. And by us, I mean our group, our expedition. Plus the pirates, maybe. I don't know how we feel about them.
I just don't feel particularly confident in our ability to deal with an army.
It is a bit difficult. But if we can deal with the pirate captain here, then his ship will be easier to take later.
It's understandable.
Both the archery skills of the village seemed quite deadly when we saw them, and with the traps we do have terrain advantage, but combat is not our speciality. I am a butcher, not a butcher of war.
Hmm. Are you just sharing these concerns with Agar?
I am
Yep.
speaking Draconic to Agar about it, but I'm sure
Okay.
that any of the party could hear it if they're close and speak Draconic.
But
Yes, I can hear because I'm up here doing log stuff.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's close enough.
but if they wish to bring war to my table, then I will happily dine upon them on it.
I just do hope that people understand I'm a scholar. I can only do so much in such circumstances.
Your poisons and potions and lotions and ointments and concoctions can be very effective, and you recover much more quickly your supplies than I do. My spores will take at least another rest to regrow for me to be capable of casting more powerful magics.
Honestly, it's probably worth
Alright.
more of my time to be resting.
Okay. You can actually take a long rest as well whilst you're doing this. Yes, Jamie.
Out of interest, with all this wood-based traps and everything,
Mhm.
do you think carpenter's tools and proficiency would have been useful?
Yeah, you can sharpen that log or sharpen spears,
You can help the
chop
log.
down trees.
Yeah, I'll try and reinforce the log then with carpenter's tools, because I forgot I had that.
Hmm.
So, was that
Uh,
everyone can take a long rest, or just
Yeah, take a long rest, everyone.
Yippee.
Hmm.
Okay. With
One
what's
sec.
happening, that could be useful.
Willbert.
I need to recall. I have 2 spell slots. I'm pretty sure.
Log
I
is
have
a done deal, and we'll let you add anything to that. Like I said, the log is
That's
pretty
fine.
much perfect where you.
That's fine.
It's not a. You look at the log and you're like, oh, that's crap. It's you look at the log and you too think it's perfect the way it is. But you
It's-
can help the spears situation if you want.
Yeah.
At most,
they're
if the
flimsy.
spears fail, the log is in fact something they have to spend a turn spend movement getting over.
Hmm.
I'm
Indeed.
going to
Don't know-
walk over. Does anyone have any pythons?
Any what?
Pittance.
Metal.
Metal. To help climb.
Oh, I had a grappling hook, but I don't know if I ever got it back.
I
You
mentioned
said
you.
you said that
the salvage stuff is back.
you said that they had like gear, like basic gear. Could I have some pythons?
I did say spikes earlier. You kind of laughed at it. And I was like, "That's what I was. That's
I'm
what they're
going to
good
walk
for."
over and I'm going to make sure the log is like nailed in place and like propped up by spikes so it can't roll.
Well,
Sure.
that's why I braced it against 2 pillars. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, it's slid in here, and these pillars right here and here probably prevent
It's
it from
like-
rolling back anyway.
it's
But
like stuck between pillars. Like Koji had to use his full weight to
Mhm.
kick it into place.
I don't
Yep.
really know what the purpose of it is, but I
To
just don't
stop
want it
anyone
rolling.
coming through this.
They
This
have to go over
wall.
the log.
Yeah, effectively. All right, Koji, Wilbert, roll the survival check for me.
Yeah. What ability would you like me to use for that?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay.
Oh, it's your carpenter's tools though, right?
Yeah, cabin.
You don't want to use survival. You want to use calm just to. Okay, you can use strength for that.
Strength? Okay.
Not bad.
Offers you a better advantage. Okay, so these flimsy spikes can be reinforced, but there's something else you notice as you're doing this, as you're fixing these up, is that these spikes are only useful if they come through this like choke point, right? And up on the wall where the actual tunnel entrance is, let's actually just think about this. Hold on. Yeah, I think this connects to the wall. Like these are stone steps that lead up to the wall, up to the entrance. So, oh, that doesn't make any sense for a fortified position, actually. Sorry, ignore me. Let me start again. Right, you've put up these spikes, and they're only good if they're if they come through that one stretch of tunnel. Okay, and I'm kind of curious as to what would happen if someone was coming from the opposite direction. Basically, these don't do much at all. But you could sharpen the blades so that if they're strapped directly down, they could slice anything coming from either direction.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So, and that is an improvement over these, I will say.
So those were
Because this-
no Essex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, as far as we know. Cool.
Yep. There you go. All right.
And sleep.
Cool. I think with that, yeah, you've finished your long rest. Everyone's ready, preparing. Kargath has spoke and kind of given you guys a rowling speech and says, "We," points to you guys, "man fortress, hunters, man valley high spots, and some fortress walls. Job for you, stop enemy coming into fortress. Job for hunters, make less enemy before they get to fortress." And you see all the archers are kind of positioning themselves along the walls. And there's a few torches up there just to give some vision. But it looks like they are well situated, to be perfectly honest. They've got some cover up here as well, probably. Which I would say these are the best ones. These are the best parts, pillars. Up on the top as well. Yeah, it's moving back a bit. There's not much cover on the side walls, but then they have got a really good shot at anyone coming around it, that's for sure. Let's fill up a few more here, actually.
Can we give Fizzlefuse a weapon?
I don't really trust him.
Yeah, I don't know why we have him and a child on the wall.
You know, I could do with a short bow. Oh yeah, Zol, get inside. He will be inside one of the temples.
Maybe we could just put him up somewhere like really high. Maybe put him like here above the door on top of this little
No.
pavilion.
He says, "I will have most of the children and non-hunter gatherers will be inside this building here. It's the most secure and fortified." Okay. So yeah, he just doesn't want everyone kind of getting into trouble, but he knows I'll probably do that. Anyway, Chief Kargoth positions himself up here, excuse me, and I think with that, all the battle plan is set. Ivan, did you decide what you were concocting with your alchemical stuff? You can
Uh,
still make oil, just not 50 flasks of it. It's more like a few flasks, if anything. But flammable oil might be useful, or acid might be useful.
It's. I mean, it's free
I need a
stuff to
decision.
use. It's my trouble is just that it's underwhelming, but of course it's gonna be.
It's how you use it. Because, like, all these spears lined up, if something charges through there, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spear attacks. You know what I mean? It's the same way if you got flasks of acid and then put them into a trap and both flasks fall onto something, that's 2 flasks of acid damage. Bang. Like,
That's fair.
but it's how it's used. Rather than just going, I'm gonna throw a flask of acid as my turn. If you set up a trap at like 4d6 of acid damage, potentially.
Nagiri, did you pass out the poison?
No?
Oh, do we know you made the poison? Because I'm saying Koji might ask for arrows.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Koji sits silently,
I
very
think
hungry.
I'll make acid. It's fine.
Give me a alchemical check with your intelligence.
Why is it you blow up every time you do that?
That's the stuff's going on.
What do you mean
yeah,
blowing
you do.
up?
It's like,
This
oh
is
boy, time to make acid.
Yeah, Ivan, you're absolutely successful in making 2 flasks of acid. Now, depending on what you do with them, you could have them
Can I put
just ready. You could give them to these tribal warriors or people to throw, if you
Can I
want
put
that to be
acid on an
reliable.
arrow?
No, that will melt said arrow.
What if I tie the flask to the tip of the arrow?
Then it will not fly very far and be very
What you need,
disadvantaged type
what you
stuff.
need is a water arrow, and then you just take out the water and replace with acid.
Ah, I see. We have an artificer in the making.
Big brain. What if
It was something I'd always considered doing with Veil.
Scrap.
Yeah, better even.
Yes.
Veil.
Water arrows, what he's describing, has a glass bulb in place of an arrowhead that shatters on impact and douses the area with water.
I will let Raven
Yeah.
decide who gets it based on her knowledge of where they're coming from. Because
So you're giving the vials of acid to
Raven
Raven.
to decide who to give it to, because she knows what the
Okay.
threat is better than I do. I don't have enough information to really feel like I know where the best place
He
to
says-
use it is.
Well, I think I'll give it to a few of these warriors. They can always yuck it at someone if they need to. Because they're pretty good at throwing spears. I'd imagine throwing a flask is no different. Alright, but that, I think, with the preparations are all set.
I have
And it is... Oh, yeah?
one last question? So this is an arch right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I be on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And... what else? I
Just
think
somewhere
that's
high
it.
up, but tucked away yet able to get back down. Because I will be eating one of our enemies.
Oh god, okay. Is everyone else kind of happy with their positions as well?
Pretty much.
Willbert, Nagiri, it's good. Agar wants to be okay. All right. I don't know why. Yeah, Chief Cargo shouldn't be right in the front, but
That's our jobs, because we get death saving throws.
yeah, they do. Yeah, well, Chief.
Oh, Chief Kargoth does. I forgot we let him
Yeah.
have them.
I'll be side by side with Carveg, I think. Makes the most sense. Alright, then the battle for Nula Ruins is almost upon us. That said, we are clearly out of time for now, but this is all set up ready for next time. The last thing you hear is probably not in the late afternoon. No, instead it actually comes kind of early in the morning, almost as if they have arrived quicker than what had been previously expected of them. But nonetheless, you did get the long rest. You did make all of this stuff in time. It just means that you aren't waiting a whole day for them to arrive. In fact, it is pretty much as it's still maybe even a little bit dark, and you hear a bird cry from like the distance, and Chief Kargoth looks to you guys and says, "They come." And you see a few lit torches making their way through the dark valley. Then a snap of a bow splits the silence. Then another, and another. As you see the archers atop the walls already launching arrows into the darkness. You hear the sudden cries of pain and panic as some of the torches begin to fall. And then finally the enemy begins to come into view as they rush towards the ruins, maybe for cover. And of the enemies that survived the initial surprise attack, you see a large 3-horned beast charging up to the fortress, and an orcish pirate rides on its back, shielded by the beast's bony, arrow-riddled frill.
This is gonna be really
yeah,
funny, actually. This is gonna be really funny, actually.
Yeah, something might be funny indeed. But that is where we are going to end tonight's session as Cold Tusk comes charging in.
Why
on
do I
that
feel like he's
thing.
gonna go out just the exact same way he did last time? Like kind of pathetic.
Who knows?
That has like JoJo's threatening aura, like him there, like coming up that way, and then like all these traps with a DC like 20 plus.
Yeah,
It's gonna get messy for sure.
Makes me think of that anticlimactic where they trip. It's the end of fucking part 5. They trip fucking Requiem. It just falls because it's just walking, and it's just like, oh.
Oh god.
The strongest thing
But,
you've encountered, and you can just trip it.
Oh god. Well, it's a huge creature still.
anyway.
Huge? Oh, that's
Yeah,
you.
Triceratops is huge, yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't break one of its legs falling in a pit.
Oh god. That's all we have time for though, and we'll be back next week to fight out this conclusion. But yeah, we'll figure out what the hell the ramblings of that lizard folk were on about, and that strange heart of the Great Mother is about in the center of the volcano, and whether this thing is about to erupt or if some sort of bloodshed is keeping it at bay. The Paku, I'm sure, have their own theories. As well, the Kagu have yet to describe their own as well. In any case, also being live on Sunday for the Call from the Deep campaign, where they too will uncover the smugglers hiding underneath ghosts, underneath Saltmarsh. And then finally back on Tuesday as Monday. Sorry, Monday for Root,
More roots.
killing
The little
cultists in
critters.
Root.
Finally,
Warcraft's
making
doing
our
it.
way to Yellow
Belly
Bell.
up.
And Tuesday for the
Roll for story.
Roll for Story crew.